Okay, let's get this stuff started. Slow the music just a tiny bit. Okay. Is also good. Looks like we're good. Okay. What are you doing here, little guy? So, we got a few things that we did off stream. I think I've been pretty good with sending stuff in the Discord, and we have a lot of autocrafting stuff now. We have fine wires, rods, bolts, normal pipes, as well as small gears and rollers, and even, I think, yeah, even normal gears, which is pretty cool. Allows us to make some machines and some components pretty easily, actually. Yeah. If I go look here, I'll also set up this thing. So we're gonna have to do something today, which is, we have LV motors, but I think we're gonna allow crafting them still, in case we need a huge batch and we don't have the amount in storage. So yeah, we're gonna want to do, well, actually, we're technically gonna use this recipe. So the one with normal copper and steel for everything. So this one here, and not any old copper, because we just don't get, there's no reason to do this. Now, is there a way for us to, no, right? Yeah, because they're all the Greg stuff. They don't have an ID that I could use or anything. Okay. Yeah, so what we're gonna have to do is, let's say pump, right? We're gonna want to do LV, MV, HV. And actually, yeah. So these are the three, yeah. I was certain you could do pump, LV sort of thing. I'm sure you could escape those, but it doesn't look like you can. I don't know why I thought I could search. So we'll do everything one by one. So we need MV now, and not pump. We need motor. MV motors. Just thought about something, because we already did all of this in work tables right here. I could do it like that. That's fine. So we're gonna want tin, rubber. So it's fine. Without the tools, rubber ring, tin, rotor. We might not have the screws, so we're gonna have to look into that. I don't think we have a lathe set up in the auto crafting, so we're gonna have to look into this one. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's a small usage or EU per tick recipe, so we're gonna have to do a bunch of LV lathe and do that. And this is kind of extra, but I also want to do the the assembler, sorry, the sensors and the emitters. Now the issue is we need to use these for now. So these are the circuits we're going to automate, even though they're not the best. So if I do this, pretty sure it's the integrated one. So this is how I usually do it. And we can remove this and remove this. Yep. And then lastly, we have these two, right? So emitter, be easy, and the robot arm. Like that. So these are all the LV components. We're just gonna close everything here for now. This is good. Let's do all the MV ones as well. So just copper. So now that we have all the extruder stuff in the autocrafting, this is doable. All we need is to have a bunch of assemblers, to have a bunch of recipes. The reason we're gonna do 7 assembling machines, and the reason for that is we're gonna do our normal like complex recipe setup. This one here, like this, no liquid or anything. And the reason I'm doing this is we have a limit of 4 recipe per machine. So what we're going to do is every machine is going to be a type of components or motor, for example. And we're going to be using 3 out of the 4 slots for now. And eventually, if we want to add EV stuff in there, we could easily do it. So that's the plan, I think. That's the idea behind it. This is easy. I'll show what I did for the rubber ring as well. Pretty sure that's the one. Oh, it might be the good integrated, right? Because it's not the first one. It is the good integrated. So this guy we're going to want good integrated, not good. Perfect. And lastly, the sensor. So this one's going to be a little different because ender pearls were good, electrum rods were good, but the flawless emerald, we're just going to stack those in the system. We're eventually going to have an implosion compressor, and we have ITNT from the bees. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add ITNT to the mainnet. We're going to do an explosive bee with the good stats and emeralds. We're getting emeralds from the mob farm. We're getting emeralds, emerald blocks actually. Yeah, so we're getting this. We have a lot, so we're probably just gonna do what is it? Forge hammer? Yeah. So we're probably gonna have a forge hammer somewhere just to do this. Then we'll make a recipe for the implosion compressor and we'll be good. But we don't need a lot of sensors. It's pretty rare actually that we use those. But yeah. So sensors, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're expecting 7 components per tier. So that looks perfect. So this one, and now this is where I have to go like that because we don't have all the HV components yet. So we're just using advanced circuits for now. We're using this one. that's gonna change, but not now, so it's fine. So more, we're gonna have pump. I might have to add these, but and the steel screws, but let's do this because I'm gonna forget. I'm gonna forget about the lathes if I don't do this. Mostly the 10 screws as well. I'm pretty sure I didn't set up lathes, so we're gonna go check just to make sure. Actually, I can just do this. Yeah, we only got bolts, so we're gonna fix that as well. And one last thing, we're missing emitters, right? It's an emitter. Now this one is also a special case. I'm pretty sure I didn't put chrome rods in the autocrafting recipes. We could add that, but we definitely don't have the Eye of Ender as an autocraft recipe. So we're just gonna get those from a villager. And I was actually going around for a coconut 3 to get a lot of seed oil. And I did some tree breeding near the crop building. That's all good. We have 3 coconut sapling now, so that's fine. But while I was looking for that, I also found a bunch of villagers here and here. One of those is giving us Eye of Enders. So we're still on 2.7.2, right? This guy. So all I gotta do is trade up and see what the last trade is for this guy. Because if his last trade is real bad and it's not like emeralds into something, we're not going to be able to reset this this trade. And actually, we had another Eye of Ender villager, and the last trade was like a backpack trade. So we had to add emerald and a backpack to be able to reset the Eye of Ender, which is, it's just bad. So yeah, hi Uwe. Thank you for the lurk. I also got this guy, which is giving us 1 emerald into 1 alumentum. So we're gonna have to see what his trades are as well, see if we can reset that. And lastly, this guy was just giving runic shield, so I thought, you know, we'll get them. So these are the magic villagers, and this one's the Eye of Ender. This one's gonna actually be used for progression. So I'm gonna go move that real quick. I'm also hoping that we set up a small location somewhere for trading with villagers, because I do have this trading post, which makes it so much easier to do trading. Like if I'm looking for and I'm trying to skip tree breeding as much as I can, I went into a bunch of villages and I just found, I get in, I put this down, I see all the trades right away. And if there's none of the trades that I'm looking for, I just leave, go next, rinse and repeat. That makes it super quick for me to, you know, just go around a bunch of villages and figure out like everything. So like I went to this village, a bunch of other village. Yeah, this one. And I did find a few forestry tree saplings that helped me skip a few steps. So I actually had to do 2 breeding to get the coconut, which is just perfect. Okay, so I was finishing up this, right? So if I look any recipes for this sensor. So same thing here. We're gonna need Eye of Enders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're missing 1. We're missing the conveyor belts. Or conveyor modules. There we go. So all of this is HV components, and all of this we need to make lathes for. Now, I'm gonna do lathes first, because we need to get the screw recipes, because otherwise we're not going to be able to do the pumps, which would be kind of a bummer. Now I'm wondering if we have stainless steel. Yeah, I did think about that. Okay. So here's a cool thing that we can probably do. And just diamonds, right? So if we do this, these are not going to craft. These we have in stock. So what I can do is I can craft a bunch of these, and that's it. So let's do, we said that this is a pretty quick recipe though. I could just set up one. Did you take all the new aluminum too? No, yeah, it's not going super fast. It's going, but not super fast. So what Ui is referring to is I set up an active supplier here to send all of our alumina and all of our carbon into here. It keeps 2 stacks, a stack of each, and this thing just runs and it's still good. So yeah, just 52, but it's fine. It's good. And the reason that Ui is asking this is all of our aluminum is gone. We had 1.2k or 1.4k, and it's all here. It's something like 154 machine casings. It's for the algae ponds, so we're gonna have fun, but that was expensive. But it was also like automated, right? I just requested it, which is freaking nice. But it did use all of our aluminum, so we're building up the aluminum stock, building it back up. So yeah, we'll see. So here's what I'm thinking. Technically speaking, we could set up the assembling machine. I would have access to this because we have all of this, and then I could set up the lathes so that we can have pumps and well, that's it, just pumps. So if I set up all the assembling machine for this right now, we get 6 out of the 7 components that are going to be craftable, and then the pumps, we're going to have to do the lathes, but it's going to be so much easier to do the lathes because we're just going to be able to do request on this 7 times or however many times we need it, right? Which is what I was looking at. So this is a 4 EU recipe, meaning we can do this 8 times, because divided by 4 is 8, meaning we can have 8 machines in parallel making these. Now, we only have 3 screws here. I'm sure we're going to need more. So I'm going to do a parallel setup for a simple recipe. And so this setup, I could do this setup and just do 1 lathe for now. The main issue that I have with doing this is we get only 4 recipes, which I'm going to be using 3 out of 4, right away. This setup, we can do 16 recipes, which is kind of nice. And we can do parallels, which is also kind of nice because we can use up the full amp that we're going to put there. If I'm putting a gas turbine or if I'm putting a steam turbine, we can use 100% of that LV amp that I'm going to put there to do screws in parallel. And I think screws are used a lot in a bunch of other recipes. So yeah, I did mean combustion gen and not gas turbine. Thank you. That's because I'm thinking of my good old benzene, my beloved benzene. I know you love it so much, Huey. So I think this is what I'm going to do. We're going to set up the assembling machines for the components. We're going to do all the recipes, and then we're going to be missing 2 things to be able to craft all of the components. And thank you for the follow, Narival. Pseudo Narival. I don't know if I'm messing that up, but sorry, but thank you. We're going to be missing screws to be able to do the pumps, and also that chrome rod. I know for a fact I did not make that recipe, so yeah, we're gonna have to configure this recipe as well. So while we're down there, and yeah, so we need 7 times 3 crafting modules. which is going to be, what is it, 21, right? Yeah, pretty sure it's 21. And then we're also going to need 3 and 4, so 4 more. So that should be it. We're going to need no satellite pipe. We're going to need 7 chests to match this, 7 item conduit, because this is for the simple setup, right? I'm also going to do something that I've been meaning to do. We're going to move that thing. We're going to move this in storage so that whenever I'm requesting items and whatnot, or machines, it's just going to work. I don't know if you had a place for this, Ui, that you prefer. Like, all the LP stuff is here. I know this is all like, you know, ingots and blocks and dust. I'm thinking I'll put it like either near the coins and the components, or, you know, near the logistics pipe stuff. So I'm thinking like right here, or right here. Yeah, right here is good. We'll move it if we want to move it. Okay, so simple setup is like that, essentially. So we just need MK4, chest, Ender IO, machine, and power. We have 2 amps going here. I think these are, yeah, full amp recipe. So we might add another amp down here, because these are 16x cables anyway. And we'll figure out power, make it work a bit better. Ivan, how are you doing? I totally missed your stream today, but I'm sure you had a lot of fun. What happened today in the double helix? So 777. Move this in here now. We are setting up automatic or on-demand component crafting right now. DG Sentia achieved, I'm assuming you mean like A2 Essentia storage and whatnot, right? Gonna hopefully automate Arcane Infusion tomorrow. That's freaking nice. I really hope I can get there. And I think Ui said he wanted to do that, so he's gonna have fun with that. I don't really care much about, I've had my fair share of Tomcraft so far in this run, right? But right now I'm having a lot of fun with auto crafting and LP, and we are doing all the components LVMV HV crafting on demand. And yeah, this is gonna be nice. I'm sure we don't have brass rods either. I'm gonna have to do this as well. So let's start by setting up the machines for all of this. I think I saw, yeah, basic steam turbine. Let's borrow this, you know, a bunch of cables, and we need a bunch of MK4s if I can find them. I hope this is not our last MK4, because otherwise we're gonna have to make some. It looks like this is the last of our MK4s. Yeah, so I've heard, you know. I really hope we can get there, and I know we're gonna get there actually. But I can't wait to actually see it run in one of my runs, right? So we're gonna do this recipe. Now the problem is these guys. We have no freaking pipes, basic. We have 6, and I need 6. You know what this means? It's not true. I need 7, but I have 7. So actually, I should do a batch of this. Actually, this is the next thing that we're doing after components. We're auto crafting LP stuff. Now, there's an easy way out of this. Also, Vin, I have a question for you, because you've been pretty far in the game. When you have recipes that are using soldering alloy, what do you do for the antimony to make this? Because all of the recipes that I know I'm gonna, you know, I could use soldering alloy, which is, yes, like much more efficient probably on, well, slightly more efficient, right, on tin. I could use just tin. Like I could literally just do this recipe out of tin, right? I know it's gonna take twice the amount, but who cares? Like I can automate tin or passive tin, right, out of bees, or you get a lot from miners. But antimony, before like the third planets or something, you don't get much, right? So yeah, curious if you like what do you usually do for that? Yeah, mine. I'm not mining. Yeah, I know about the stibnite, but technically it's sporadic, right? Which I really hate. I know you get a lot still, but because you can crush it, so you double it, and then you, yeah. I don't know. I'm lazy, I guess. I hate mining. I don't hate mining. I prefer to do something else with my time, is what I'm gonna say. We're gonna do a batch of this. Yeah. Let's do a quick batch of this, because I've been putting this off, and we need this. This is there is no reason for me to, you know, be putting this off anymore. So we're gonna need this. We're gonna need a bunch of diamonds, a bunch being 2. We're gonna need gold gears. This is super cool. Did I not put it here? Okay, I did not put it here, so we are going to configure that recipe, because there is no way I'm requesting gold and making that recipe by hand. You're going to be able to see the latest updates on our setup. So there's a lot of machine for someone that's early HV, I feel like, but this feels very nice. So I've had it over the weekend, all the MV extruder machines. So this setup for the small gears, not what I meant to do. So we can just do this. I think this is 8, yeah. So circuit 8, not circuit, but channel 8, and then we get small gears. So these small gears, and then these, I've also renamed all the panels here. So the tier, the machine, and what are they doing, right? Because these are all for like parallel crafting. So this is small gear, bolts, normal pipes, normal gears, rods, and rotors. So yeah, so whenever we request any of these, they're actually, we can make 4 at a time, right? Which is super nice. And I think I've added the polarizer as well off stream. I'm pretty sure I did. And I currently use the smallest tier I can use for the recipes, because I mean, we're doing parallels, right? Like we're already gaining speed by doing this like that. I did simplify our setup though. So this is how power was done before. We had steam coming in, steam turbine, power cable, all of that. And now that we have diesel in the system, I'm going to show this in a second, we can just do this. We can just do LP, give me some diesel, put it in a combustion engine. I'm using transformer because these are HV, and then transform up because all of this is MV power, right? So, but in case of LV, I could just do LV combustion into LV power cable or something, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, we're gonna look at your diesel setup, Uwe, because you struggled with that. You needed my help. This is how much you struggled, right? So Uwe's been tearing this thing off a bit. The thing that was doing PE and PVC, and right now, I think he cut off like half of it, the top half, and we separated it, or rather reused it, I guess, right? Because this was doing hydrogen sulfide mainly. Anyway, this is a new-ish setup. We're doing oil, sulfuric, heavy fuel, same thing on the other side, but we're using a different recipe. So we're using a tank to make cells so that we can do light fuel, heavy fuel, and this makes diesel, right? Using the mixer recipe. Sorry, where is that? Mixer recipe. We're doing this. and then we're just, you know, putting the cells back into a tank. And yeah, it's not pretty, but it works. And why is this not working, Huey? Why is this not outputting? Oh, did you change the face to go? Yeah, that's not gonna work. So I think you changed the face to point it there, right? Because face is south, which is there, so I'm correct. You're getting power from the back. No, you're getting power from underneath. So we have to move this out, or actually no, we can just do this, because this has nothing to do with that machine. So that's gonna work. And now we're gonna get fuel. Anyway, see? This is how much Huey was struggling with that. And we have 1 million fuel, or diesel, which is great. I'm also working on, I connected all of this, by the way, Huey. Sulfuric acid and also refined glue. We're gonna have to figure this one out. I figured out rubber. So I passived rubber in a chem reactor. This is all out of crops. And at first I was gonna passive rubber sheets and rubber rings, but if I fill this up, plus, you know, 1 stack in each machine, this is almost like 300,000 liters of rubber just sitting there. It's cool because they're ready and it's 16 stacks. We're never gonna do a request that uses more than those 16 stacks, and it's just gonna replenish, right? But then I thought, like, I think it's overkill and we could just do it on demand. So I just did this. I did a provider module so that we could use this until it's depleted, and crafting recipe with fluid crafting. If I do this, crafting with fluids. This is the first time we're using fluid in a crafting recipe. So yeah, give it 144 molten rubber and make me a sheet. So same thing here for the rings, but this is 36. So and using satellite pipes for the fluids, because you have to. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I did not want to have like extra extruders just for those two, because we don't make much more rings than this for now. So yeah, enough yapping. Let's go back to crafting. I was configuring this recipe. All of this for 2. Like I could have done this in the meantime, you know, but it feels much better though to be able to request it. So we have our 2 diamonds, we have our 4 plates, we have the redstone alloy wire, and we're gonna have our gears in a second. I think this recipe is pretty long because this is gold. Yeah, it's 10 seconds, but it's parallel, so they should appear together in any second. Maybe Adidia will have LP setup one day. Maybe, I don't know. I feel like Adidia's gameplay or way of playing is much more like he knows what he's doing, right? So I don't think he wants to spend too much time in LV or MV. Although I'm saying this, and he did try to do an LV only run, if I remember correctly, right? So like that was pretty interesting. Congratulations, XT. As per usual, you know. I think he was talking about doing LP in his current solo world. Wow, that's gonna be interesting. You know what's next on his list after that? Just do create, of course. You know, that would be something I'd watch. I've had extensive LP integration, but that was mainly Shiny Bucket. Interesting, very interesting. Right, so we're gonna request 4 of the 6 that we had. I shouldn't do a full like 36. I only need 4 right now. We're gonna do 12 because 12 is a pretty good number that we can divide by 4, which is the amount of pipes that we usually need. So cantle plate, that's a plate I'm not going to automate right now, just because we can't automate cantle quite yet. We could, but it's so slow. At Didier Ranch, Didier, no, yeah. Yeah, I remember that site too. I do remember seeing that somewhere. Of course we don't have steel chest, but that is easy peasy. So this should be 6, right? Is there double? Yeah. We have a, it's not a rabbit hole, but we have a side quest, sidetrack thing for a second. And I'm not doing a huge stack of these, so it's fine. Here is sad, no LP. It's still up. What is up? There will be no LP on Rust Run, by the way. Yeah, I mean, not everyone is, oh, I need 3 per. Oh, I'm, yeah, not everyone is into, LP, right? Not everyone is like Huey. Okay, so I need 18. Oops. Can I watch the TV, Dad? Yes, but don't turn it on. Oh, I love it. Whoever is paying right now for that hosting and that domain name is a real Chad, right? A real Giga Chad. And if it's Adidia, that's even more like Galaxy Brain or Big Brain, right? Was Rain? Okay, so we do know who it is. Interesting. So we're gonna need circuit. 2 of the envy ones, right? Yeah, so all of this is gonna be pretty much solved after this. And then we'll be able to set up our machines. We're gonna need more of these, but we're gonna use 7. We're gonna be left with 5. Technically, we're gonna have 13. So we're gonna have 6 technically. We're only gonna need 4 to set up the lathes, so perfectly acceptable in my book. Don't know about you guys, but I'm totally fine with that. Good. I was I think I saw Cat and Vin raid Ruckus, right? He's playing Satisfactory right now. That is getting me back into like, I want to play freaking Satisfactory. Thing is, I loaded up my old save, which is at like phase 4, beginning of phase 4, and there's like 250 hours in there, and I don't know what the heck I was doing, because that's like almost 6 months ago. I feel like it's back in 2024. I haven't touched this in like not a year, but slightly under a year. And man, I don't know, like seeing someone else play something that you've played before but you just sort of lost interest in is I don't know, it gets me, you know, I just want to get back into it. So much so that when he was starting, I started a new save like 30 minutes after him. My goal was just to get after the tutorial before he does, which I did, mainly because I don't have like all the achievements. I'm at 80, I was at 79%. and I saw a free achievement, right? The free achievement was just do the tutorial, and I just always skipped it, or we didn't have achievements before, when it was like experimental builds and whatnot. So yeah. So we're gonna need 21 of those for now. I think we have everything. We have power, we have cables. Let's just oh, I know what we don't have. Let's just go do it. But I need a fluid supplier and probably a bunch of pipes, which we can get from over there. Yeah, satisfactory, very, very addictive. It's so different from GTNH. In my mind, it's as grindy, but it's not a 10,000 hour game, you know? Like it's just as much grinding, but it is not GTNH level grind, but it feels like it. So it's kind of weird to me, because I don't know how to feel about that, you know? Let's also fix up the power thing situation here, because I've made that a real mess. We're gonna void some. I could not void the fuel, but yeah, we're gonna void it. So this is advanced for this guy. Right. Not even Factorio is GTNH level grind from, yeah, exactly. And it still feels like a lot of grind, you know? Like I've put like 600 something hours in these games, and I'm at like 80% maybe of the game. For satisfactory, like ish, right? I don't know. Like it's it feels different, but it's also still addictive, and it works. It keeps you in, and you know, like I was ready today to almost start stream and say like, okay, we're doing satisfactory today, you know, even though I've never streamed satisfactory, never showed my save to anyone, and I was like ready to just do it, you know, but it's not GTNH. I don't know. I was like 15-20 minutes in satisfactory trying to get something done, and did I mess that up? I totally messed that up. Okay, we don't care about these machines. We want to place this here. Okay, well, this is what happens when you yap. Okay, we're gonna try and set this up the way it was. How do I do this? Okay, apparently I did it. And supplier goes here. Everything. Diesel, where are you? Let me fix this up. Partial, yes. This is the problem with having a base that's so structured, right? Everything looks exactly the same. Okay, so we actually want to be working around here. Yeah. So see how this is already better structured, I'm gonna say. We're just gonna add an extra amp here we're gonna do steam, because why not? And because I had this turbine on me. And we're gonna do that. Connect it up. Now, technically speaking, I should put more than one extra amp, because we're adding 7 extra assembling machine. They could technically all do something at the same time, and each of these is 1 amp of LV. I would be tempted to do HV, MV transformer into LV transformer to get a full 16 amp cable here. We'll see after. Right now, I just want to get it working, which we're gonna do like that. We're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Oh. We're gonna do a bunch of chests like this. Then, super important, disconnect all of these. Each one of these needs to be separate. So we're gonna get the copy thingy, this thing. And we're gonna copy and paste. Oh, I forgot. I don't know if the copy paste feature of that thing is gonna do filters. If it does filters, I'm gonna be super impressed. Like if it pulls the filter out of my inventory and copies it over. Oh, I did not want to do this. Okay, good news. It didn't change anything. And so we want to start here. So copy this. You see, I wished it it told me every time it copied a setting. You know how when you send a message twice, like, yeah, you have a 2 right there. But when you do it with Ender.io, this tool, it doesn't put the 2, even though it's the same message. I don't know if that actually, it's probably not sending it multiple times is why. So this looks good, and all we're gonna want to add now is a bunch of filters. We're gonna do these in order of how I usually make the components, from left to right somehow, even though this like starts in the middle or something. So we're gonna do motors first. The reason we're filtering these out is because we don't want to have the motors. This is insert. Wait, we got a blacklist too. I'm pretty sure we need to blacklist. Yeah. So we're blacklisting because we're doing import export between these two, and whatever we're making in that machine cannot be used as an input on the machine. So we're just blacklisting the components, and usually next one up is either the piston or the conveyor module. I think we're gonna do conveyor just because usually you can get these pretty early on whenever you're making components. These are like super cheap. We're gonna do piston next. I'm gonna have to remember this order as well. Well, not the order, but sort of. We're gonna do pumps, blacklist. I am really hoping that doing all of this right now is gonna pay off a lot whenever we're trying to do progress in HV. Like whenever we're doing, you know, machines and stuff. Really hoping that it's gonna help out. We're doing sensors now. And lastly, emitters. Now, I could probably do without the autocrafting for emitters, but I mean we're right here, right? Like we shouldn't skip something. All of these need no circuits or anything. All they do is do the recipe, and that's it. And they're all connected. Okay, next up we have our crafting pipe and our crafting. So first up is Okay, we'll fix it up after. First up is motors, right? So you're getting one motor if you're giving me one rod like this, two rods like this, 4 cables, and some tin. Same thing for you. Giving me this, if I give you this. Technically speaking, I don't have to configure crafting for the LV motors because we're getting it out of the machine B. But I'm still doing it because if we ever run out or whatever, we can craft them. I don't want to get into a state where I have to come back here and redo this, right? So yeah, and then we're doing conveyor. I'm pretty sure this order is how I made them, right? Let's just see if there's so piston, pump, and then it's robot arm, and then it's sensor emitter. Yeah, so we're gonna follow the LV order here. So all of these are set up. So 2 motors, 6 rubber sheet, and this is giving me this. The fact that we're going to be able to request all of these in a second, whenever we're done with all of this, is nice. It is a lot more tedious than you know, doing patterns in AE2, but at the point where we are, I'm not going to complain. This is super helpful, actually. I was very doubtful of LP, and Uwe is gonna like this, but I'm liking it right now, and I like where this is going, actually. Because even when we get to AE2, it's gonna be a while before we can make a lot of the AE2 components. We're still gonna be using LP. And then as we convert slowly to A2, we're not going to be in no rush because everything's going to work. And the way that we're making the, you know, the modules that we're doing, so like these slice, but also the parallel stuff, it's still going to allow us to, just plug AE2 on it and it will be fine. The only thing is maybe going to be, yeah, so LV piston, MV piston, HV piston. So the only thing is probably going to be the cabling is going to change a tiny bit because you see, like, this is a straight line of pipes. If we put A2 for this machine, we're going to have to like go around or something. That's the only thing I can think of. Only thing I can think of that might be an issue eventually. So we're not going to have the screws for all of these, but we can still just configure the recipe. Right, 3, 4, 5, 6. See a pump. If I mess up, call it out. Please, because if I don't mess up, well, I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if I mess something up. So we said order for this is this, right? So we're gonna continue with these. We're probably gonna have to come back here and change the recipe that uses circuits, but for now, they're the good ones. They're probably the ones we're gonna automate as well. I don't think I want to wait for a clean room for us to get on-demand circuits. They're probably gonna be much more expensive. I actually don't really care that they're going to be more expensive. I care more about having them on demand and crafted. Because LP is not going to get into the clean room, right? We're going to have an ad break in a second also. I'm just trying to see if I could click on this. Pretty sure this is sensor. Need this. I could remove the ones I did. Remove this. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot better for placing these. So this is the HV sensor. I'm wondering if there's an auto trader thing as well, like a block that does automatic trading. Because if there is, we could, you know, set up some villagers and get some trading done for the Eye of Vendors. You know, until we can get an LCR or an HV chem reactor, I guess. Yes. Give me a second day and we're going to take a break for sure. Because we are on ad break, so that would be smart. I'm just going to finish this up. That's going to take a second and I'll take a break. It looks like we're good. As long as the order is sensor and then emitter, we're fine. Yep. Okay, well, good call, actually, because we're on ad break. So I'm going to be right back. Leave you with the music, and see you in 5 minutes. Okay. So technically right now, right before the break, welcome back everyone, by the way. Technically, this made it so we don't have anything to do other than that, and we can just request components, and we're gonna do a quick test. We're gonna be doing lathes, right? So let's see. We need 8 of these, so there is a piston in there. I was concerned it was just motors, but there is a piston, and we have all of this. I'm 100% sure. So we're gonna put the request in for 8 lathe, and we don't put we don't have a. Oh, it's already there. Would you look at that? So this should be the circuit that we want there, right? Integrated logic circuit, right? Yeah. I'd like to see so there is no way to change this. Okay. I wanted to see if you could change it from the screen from here, like by scrolling or something. That would have been pretty neat. Uwe, if you want to do some work, this summer on LP, being able to scroll between the possible things that are there, that would be amazing. Like same way you do this, right? But just do it as part of the screen. So Ordic type, but in here, that would be kind of nice. Or I don't know if the NE-LV circuit works, but anyway. So normal diamond, this, and we're gonna request this 7 times. We're just gonna see what happens. So all of this should be configured. We have these in stock already, but I think I can do the plus there. 6, 7. Yeah, so we're getting everything that we have in stock already. We should have 14 circuits, 7 of each. And then we're just waiting for cables, and we're waiting for the piston, which we can go have a look. The recipe is pretty quick though. But it is going to make the plates as well. See? It's just waiting for the plates now. The minute there's enough plates in there, and it's 3 per recipe, we should see this thing going. Yep. And it's getting pulled in. It's not getting pulled back in because of this. So perfect. This thing just works. We're gonna sleep. We're gonna wait and see if we have our lates. And I think I did 7, but I want 8. I don't know why I thought I wanted 7. Now the issue is if I request 7 right now, I think, yeah, I can do this. When you do the wiggly thingy there, it's gonna check this inventory and just build the stuff that you're missing. If you do the plus, it builds everything. So I made that mistake before, like requesting 7 of something, but then some stuff was already in there, so it didn't pull everything or whatever. We could also probably repair whatever hole I made there. Sure, Louis-Angé would appreciate this. Perfect. We're just gonna have to figure out the power situation there eventually. But for now, that's it. So I'm just gonna be waiting for the last few cables, piston, and machine hull. That is so freaking nice. Yeah, and then we can just do this. I don't think it works with shift click, which is kind of sad as well, but the fact that I just made a lathe like that is kind of awesome. I feel like we're running out of these cables now. There is an easy solution to this. Yeah, because I don't think we're going to be using any of these machines anytime soon. Like, we have a Cambat that's MV. There's no reason to have this here. This is a electrolyzer, same thing. Compressor, we have the multi-block downstairs. Forming press, we have an HV1 even now. Fluid solidifier is kind of nice sometimes, but now that we automated the rubber one, this is not even used anymore. Canning machine is kind of whatever. I'm gonna keep these just in case, because I know I'm gonna regret it if I don't leave some of them connected. But this can go. Yeah, sifting machine is fine, but we're not using it. Okay, so we got cable. Now for the parallel setup, we need 2 chests, 1 crafting nope, not a crafting cover. We need an import cover. Did we not make a bunch of these? I guess we didn't. Well, we're gonna have to make some now. And this should be a recipe we should automate as well. Yeah, okay, so I do have a filter. We're just gonna do this for now. This one should be fine, and we're gonna need some tin plates. Okay. I think that's it's gonna be all we're missing, right? Because everything else we're gonna have on end, because I made a batch of all of these. We're doing 8 machines, so we need 4 item conduits. This is going to be for the screws, so we need 3 crafting module. I'm keeping those 2 for... We're going to configure these rods at the same time. And we're also going to need 4 MK4. We have our 2 chests. I think that's it. I think that's all we need. Yeah, no. We'll come back if I'm missing anything here. I think this is... Yep, I think just circuit 2. Perfect. Okay, so yeah, I think we got everything. We need power. We need to have an LV combustion engine and a fluid supplier as well. We don't have these, but I'm gonna go configure these because I'm not doing these manually. Okay. We'll do the rods at the same time. Clean up the inventory. So we have small gear, we have bolts, normal pipes, gears, and rods. So I'm sure we have a bunch of rods already. I think this is 13 or 12, maybe 11. It's 12. So I'll show this off in a minute, but whenever I'm setting these up, first off, the numbers don't really matter. They should, but they don't, because the order is messed up. Like this is, I think this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then I think 9, 10, and then something like that, you know, like there's no, oh, do we have two? Oh, 11, 12. Did I mess that up? I did mess this up. Wait, no, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, I did mess this up. I was like, I put 11 somewhere. So 12 is fine, and then lastly, this gear. So this is going to be 13. It's going to give us a gear. Yeah. So that's all we need. We're going to be able to request combustion engine. We only need 1 amp of LV, so a fluid supplier, combustion engine, and we're good to go. I'm going to request 1. If it's all green, usually it means it's going to work out, so it's pretty nice to see as well. It is not the fastest autocrafting, but it works. That's the main thing with this, right? Once it's set up and working, it helps a lot when batch crafting. When just making one machine like this, it's not, I don't think that's where the full potential is. But eventually we're going to be able to scale up the tier of the machines, right? And well, we're going to start getting multis as well. That's going to help. But at least it's automatic. I don't have to run around, go get stuff, start a machine or two. We also fixed the power a bit, because now that we're using diesel, which is a lot more dense than steam in terms of energy, and also the combustion engines have less, I do believe they have less, well, they have more efficiency than steam turbines. Like whenever you're getting at MV and HV for steam turbines, I think the efficiency is like 60 or something, right? So it's a little better for combustion engine. Eventually we're gonna have the multi-blocks for all of those as well. I'm gonna let the yeah. So we're gonna set this here, and we're gonna do 14. I know, like, this is gonna mess up everything. This is 10, 9. So it's gonna do like 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I could set it up here, but I wanted these to be face to face, but it's all right. So our usual setup for this is a chest, the machine. I think we have a blood moon, which is not perfect, but we're inside, so we should be fine. not going to be anything here, I think. So then we do 1, 2, 3, 4. We can set up the I definitely don't want to get something spawning here. Let's request. We don't need basics, actually. So we can put these around. The voltage, the item filter goes here. This thing goes inverted, takes an importer on top. And this is where we put the other chest. Satellite pipe. And then we can put copy pipes all around like so. And here's what I like to do. So we know that this is weird, but this is going to be 13 or 14. There is a 13, right? Yeah, so 14, whatever it is. So first off, whenever you do a plus on this, you can only use the next available one. If I was using 0, which I'm not because it's the default on all satellite pipe, and I want to avoid any issues when I'm setting these up, even though it's not connected to our network, as you can see, everything is red, I still get and I know what the next ID is available. So I can just do plus and then that's the ID. What's super nice also is when you're first setting these up, whenever you're doing a recipe, so for example, if I do 1 steel screw out of 1 steel bolt, it is also only going to show 14 here. You don't have any other numbers. So if you're setting up like 16 recipes, as you know, as you're setting up the array, it makes it much easier and less error prone in this sense, because I can do these recipe and then I know they have the correct number here. It's a small thing, but you know, it is the little things that makes this just so much better. We're gonna copy everything over. Super lazy, I don't want to make mistakes, so we are copying. Now, I always forget this. Point all the outputs up, because otherwise they're pointing in, and that's interfering with I/O with Ender I/O. Lastly, we just dig this down and this one. We're gonna need unrouted. We're also gonna need a basic pipe, just because I don't want to forget. So we're done with this. We're gonna do cabling. Did I forget? I did forget my supplier. Let's go get a fluid supplier. I was pretty sure I had that, but I must have forgot. I was gonna say, thankfully, most of the stuff here is lit up, and then I saw this. It's okay. At least everything here is good. Right, so we have our basics. So we're gonna start with fixing up LP, and then we're gonna figure out the rest. So this is where we're going. There's an unrouted here. Change that to a basic so that we can go to the side and down, and then power. I like to get underneath here, you know, almost like a mechanic working under a car, but I know what I'm doing here. I wouldn't know what I'm doing under a car. Connect all of these. And do this one. And just go down. Now, technically, I can put this combustion engine anywhere. I'm going to do the same setup that I did for all of these. I'm going to put it right next to the corner right here, which means the supplier is going to go here. And the combustion generator is going to go here, pointing up. This is a basic into LV, which means we're good. We don't need to worry about explosions or anything. This is going to get power, and that's it. That's how we set up an array like this. I'm going to have to convert all of these back to how I'm doing these now. This is much cleaner, I feel like. We can go all around. We don't need, you know, a place for power cables, a place for LP or fluids like this. So we can get rid of this, and we can convert everything here to diesel. Eventually, we're going to have diesel and biodiesel. And, you know, maybe we'll think about some more central power generation and distribution, but like a battery and stuff. But at least now this is good. I did forget one thing. We have to set this to stack 1. If this was a gear like these, which take 4 ingots, I have to make sure that this is set up to 4 as well. Because this is what does the round robin. Because this pushes automatically into Ender IO. We have round robin, but we're not pulling with Ender IO. It's going to push, but it's only going to push the stack size. So we're setting this to 1. Otherwise, it pushes the entire stack. It just goes to the next, like, it does one machine with whatever stack was in there, and then the next and the next. So this allows for this to be actually in parallel. And we're going to need a sign. I might have one laying around somewhere. Yeah, like here. I can steal one from the bees. That was not a good idea. Can you just go away? Somehow, I think these spiders were attacking themselves. Anyway, if I take copper is still running. I should clean this up to make sure I don't lose, you know, the queen or anything. I'm gonna disable this now. Now that we're not doing any of this, we're gonna move to the algae soon. I'm gonna start. Most of them are disabled already, actually. Did I get a spider egg? Okay. I'll take it. And throw it in the bin. I can actually... Nope, we don't have this here. Okay, so anyway, sign. We're gonna do LV. This is lathes. So technically they can do whatever, as long as you're giving it a recipe. So I'm not gonna put bolts, or yeah, I'm not gonna put bolts or screws, sorry. Even though we're making screws out of this. We're gonna leave that as is. And we can get rid of all of this. So we're gonna request a bunch of screws and see if that works. We're gonna request steel screws because they're just easy to make. So this should take, I think, 8 steel. Put it in the bolts here. You can see this is running, and we should see the bolts coming in here, and we should see them getting distributed everywhere. Yeah, so this is a super quick recipe, but there it is. This is more bolts, screws coming out. That's exactly what we want to see. Let's try, and that's it. We just made 64 screws in like however many seconds that was, right? Now this request pipe is super close to everything here, and the storage is super close, but the fact that this is fast is is nice. Cool, so screws are fixed, which means that technically we could set up, we could request a pump and test it out, because that's the most like complex recipe. So I thought I set this up, but apparently I didn't. And I didn't set it up because it's not working yet, right? This is not ready to get copper comms yet, but I'm just gonna do it. Why aren't you working? I understand why this is like spitting out everything. I mean, I get it, but Bob and Angel? What? Yeah, okay, so I have to point this up to make sure it doesn't throw everything we have here. Because otherwise it just throws everything around. I thought pointing it down would... Does that work? Okay, I must have messed it up. So anyway, here's all the comms. We're gonna look at you. And we're gonna bring this in storage. Probably right here is fine. And that's it. I just wanted to process a bunch of comms. Because these 4 centrifuges are super fast. Super duper fast. And I am so happy that I was able to set them up like that and wall share like crazy. I don't know if there's a better way to wall share these, but I'm pretty happy with it. It's pretty neat. And these are doing 8 recipes in parallel times 4, which is the amazing part to me is this. We're getting parallels times 4. Now you can see that this is not putting things in fast enough. So we're gonna have to do speed upgrades on that Ender IO conduit. Otherwise it's like the machines start before they're even getting the full amount of, input they could do in parallel. So this can go in there. We're gonna keep this around for now. Under the lathe, right here. I'm just gonna clean up a bit. And we're gonna request the pump just to see it work. Now, should I request an HV pump just to see? Technically, I do have to do it for a quest, so it's not lost. I have to do it for this quest. I haven't done an HV pump yet. So I think we're gonna request all of these. I also learned last week or over the weekend that you can check recipes while you're in the quest book. I did not know that. I was always pressing A and then looking at, this, like getting out of the quest book, and you can just do R on these, and I did not know that. So anyway, we're gonna look at HV recipes. We're gonna request 1 pump, 1 conveyor, and 1 robot arm. Now technically I should request 2 conveyors and 2 robot arm to be able to do the assembling machine, right? Because you're gonna need 2 of these for the assembler. Yeah. So I'm gonna request an extra robot arm and an extra conveyor. And this is amazing. We're at early HV and I'm auto crafting HV components. This is nice. Now the issue is it's gonna go through our supplies of resources real fast, right? So I'm gonna have to figure out a way for us to deal with stainless steel and aluminum. Right now, aluminum, we're 100% relying on crops, and we're auto crafting or passively crafting aluminum here. But first off, we need to make 3 more EBFs, and we're gonna have to use 1 for auto crafting or on-demand crafting, and we're gonna have to passive aluminum. I was thinking Clayconia or Claysonia. Now, thing is, thank you for the resub, Huey. Appreciate it. Thank you for, you know, your support and stuff. So yeah, so aluminum, I was thinking Claysonia, Botania. Now I am so close to an aluminum bee. So wait a minute. So we are so close to not this one. This one is poo-poo. You don't want that. This one, we are so close to it, and it's gonna give us our first few titaniums, right? So all we gotta do is get a bit more into HV, do an LCR for PTFE, and then do an LCR for B processing, and we can do all of that, right? We can do like aluminum passively from bees. We're probably going to want to do HCl passively, probably chlorine and hydrogen. So I think we're going to hold on just a bit on materials and stuff, and we're going to work on getting LCRs, and then we're going to work on OR proc, B proc with LCRs as the first. It's not the first multi, but we're going to use a mix of steam multis, single block HVs for the byproducts where, you know, where we might want them, and that's gonna fix the issue of supply of whatever we're missing here. Usually when I do a batch of something, we get like 1k out of whatever I'm batch crafting or getting, and that can last us for a while, you know. So anyway, we do have our components here. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna pick these up actually. And there we go. That's a free quest. That is so free. And what we're gonna do is I think we're gonna do an assembler machine. I think we're gonna do a tiny bit of HV progress, but I think we're gonna do an assembling machine. We're gonna stop there because I have another project today, and it's those algae farms. This is where all the aluminum went to. And apparently these don't need power or maintenance, so I want to set these up. And my goal out of these is to get methanol, which I can do cellulose fiber into, you know, methanol out of a fluid extractor, and just green algae biomass into cellulose fiber. So we're probably going to do an MV assembler, an MV fluid extractor, and then we're going to set up the ponds, is what I'm thinking. So yeah, let's do assembling machine. And these are the good circuits. So all we got to do now is do this. That's going to bring the circuits. That's going to make us a hole, and then we'll be able to just craft it. Pretty sweet that we can just do machines like this now instead of going all around and trying to find stuff. Now the only issue that we still have that we have to fix is we have a lot of storage that's in the building that we are in currently, and there's a lot of stuff that's just scattered around, and there's a lot of ores that are not fully processed, and this is why we need to go towards OR proc, B proc, and getting resources into our main storage so that we can just batch craft a bunch of stuff easily. Because we're gonna probably need a lot more extruders in parallel for doing more stuff, and we're gonna want to automate circuits. We're gonna want to automate all the LP stuff, so like all the modules, the pipes, all of that stuff. So isn't that everything? Gold cable. Oh, we need the hole. Yeah. And there you go. That is probably much faster than if I had to go around, try to figure out, you know, where to get everything to do this, manually craft it. So this is nice. This is super duper nice. So I think we're gonna stop there for the HV stuff. I don't think I want to get further down, you know, into more machines. Circuits are gonna wait until we get A2. and clean room, actually, right? Because these all need the clean room. So we're probably going to do clean room and AE2 at the same time, which means I have a lot of ideas and plans before we get there. Like for example, the what is it called? The titanium. I want to get this and get to the moon real fast. So all of this here, I want to do this before clean room. I think we can, right? Because we're gonna need a vac freezer, that's for sure. So we're gonna need a vac freezer. Yeah, this is doable with, oh, this is EV circuits though. We're gonna need, oh, we are gonna need the clean room before we can vac freeze. So there is two things here. We don't need a vac freezer to get titanium, right? Because we could do the stab alloy, or we could probably do, yeah, we could do the stab alloy. I think that's gonna give us let's just have a look. I don't really want to try and skip stuff either. So stab alloy. Oh, you have to make it into a dust. Okay, so you're still stuck with titanium dust, so you still need, yeah, so you're still gonna need a vac freezer. Okay, well that's gonna change my plans a bit. We're gonna have to work on a clean room. Uwe was thinking we do a small clean room, and then one of our challenges here, we have some rules around here. I think they're called rules, yeah. We're doing a full-size clean room, so it's going to be humongous, but it's going to get us to automate wet concrete and all the stuff around that. We're going to do a full-size clean room. Now, Uwe was saying, why don't we do a small clean room? We use it to get stuff like probably this, you know, like the vac freezer, and by the end of HV, we have to do a full-size clean room. So we could start small and then change it up and make a big one. And that's probably, like, when we do the big one, that's probably when we're going to be in A2, and probably when we're going to be able to automate everything that goes into the clean room as well. So I didn't like the idea first because I was like, let's just do a full-size clean room. But now that I see that the vac freezer is gated behind clean room, and titanium is gated behind the a vac freezer, we might have to do this, because if we want to get to A2, we need titanium. So I think we're going to do small clean room into, we're going to manually use it for now. And yeah. Okay, so you know, we could work on components for this, but you need before you do this, you actually need the clean room, right? So any of these is, yeah, clean room. So clean room is something that we're gonna need next before we do any of the circuit stuff. Do I plan a room, or do you want to do this? There's a lot of stuff to do. So we have to get more Ender IO done, not only because it's a quest, but also because it's gonna boost our armors quite a bit. We have to get to the moon, which is pretty important. Although I would say that getting to the moon is not as important as getting a clean room, because we can't do anything with the titanium if we don't have a vac freezer, right? Because I could get rutile without going to the moon, but it still gets us to this recipe, which we need a vac freezer to finish up, to get the titanium. So clean room's pretty important. Whoever can do it next, I guess, would be good. If you want to do it, Uwe, I don't mind. Because while we're doing the clean room, we also have to still work on automating all the LP stuff, which I'm already sort of doing right now, but if you want to switch it up, I could let you do that. We have to automate more LP, do more machines. Let me go down there while we're gonna place down the the algae ponds, and I'll try to figure this out as we're talking, because I'm in a clean room, so I can't be told to clean my room ever again. Yes, exactly. You know, like no more cleaning of the room. And actually, back on officials, we had Ui's bed in the clean room. So I prepared a room, a small room, you know, somewhat small. And this is where all of the multis are gonna go. Yeah, Ui was sleeping in the clean room. This way, you know, he didn't have to clean his room. That's probably why he did this. So we're gonna place this right here. So yeah, Ui, if you want to do the clean room, the first version, like the smaller version, do it. If not, I'll probably get to it at some point, you know? Because we're gonna need it, that's for sure. So clean room, and you know what I'm working on right now is getting us biodiesel. I worked on coconuts, so we're gonna have to do a forestry farm to farm these coconuts. I've actually tried something that's pretty nice. Coconut saplings, whenever you grow the tree, you have a chance to get a coconut on the tree, right? You can't move those. But if you have, I think is it dislocation focus from Tomcraft? You can actually move the fruit like any other tree fruit onto another tree. So what you can do is you can make your forestry farm very dense in coconut fruits without having as many like trees and waste of space. So I'm actually probably going to do dislocation focus into making a forestry farm, and yeah. You guys have a bunch of peas, so a clean room wouldn't... No, exactly. I think we have so much things set up right now. Doing a clean room is probably just setting up a few machines and passively doing some, or that would be even better, but set up the recipes for that, you know? And technically, Yui, I want the smallest clean room possible to be able to put like 4 or 5 or 6 machines in there. So Eric, we are using diesel at the moment. We are gonna have both though. We're gonna have biodiesel and we're gonna have diesel, and wherever we feel like it, we might use one or the other, just because I want to try everything that I haven't tried yet. So I've done benzene all the way. Now I want to do biodiesel. Ui wanted diesel, so we're doing both. Eventually, this is all going to go into a central place to get processed just straight into, you know, power. That's going to go in a battery, and I don't care if we have 5 different power sources. So we're probably going to have fun with the solar tower, vac nukes, all that stuff, you know? Biodiesel to power diesel production to power the base. Yeah, exactly. So as I was saying, Ui, if you want to just do a small one, you could probably do like a tier 3. A tier 3 would probably be plenty, you know? And the plascrete blocks, the main things you're gonna have to configure recipes for is gonna be black steel. This is going to be easy, but we don't have smelters, we don't have mixers in the autocrafting. So you see, like, there's a bunch of stuff there you could just automate, and we could request 200 plascrete blocks, and that would be awesome. And the wet concrete, you could also do like the mixer recipe, or you could passively do this, because we get all of this passively. Clay dust is an exception, but we could set up a bee, or you could set up your clayconia to do this. Stone, I think we can get this passive. Calcite, we have this passive from the crops. And quartz sand is just sand that you... Is it electrolyze or macerate? You just macerate sand, right? Is that what it is? Yeah, you just macerate sand, right? So I'm gonna let you have all the fun with that. So we're gonna try and do this. want to make sure we don't have anything in the way. I'm going to try and auto build this because this is just a massive multi, right? They should wall share by 1. Or no, I don't think I've wall shared them. So it wants an... Oh, right, because I have 3 of these, right? There you go. There's a multi. There's the other one. Easy. Easy, easy. Okay, sorry. My eyes were burning for some reason. Yes, all the aluminum is gone, but it's all here. And you know what? I don't care. I'm happy with this. Because now, what is this missing? Output bus, output hatch. What am I missing here? Maybe I'll just replace this. Yeah, the pond probably burned my eyes. What is up with that? I'm pretty sure we need 4 of these here. So I'm wondering which one... No, there's only 3. Any casing, front and center, at the bottom. What am I... Oh, is it across the chunk? Ooh. We did say that this does not matter for GT machines, right? But this one is not, so this one should just work. Now, this thing also said that it was complete. And I am pretty sure it also said to use... So we're gonna do... Doesn't really matter, I'm gonna move these around. Incomplete structure. Is there water as part of this? Am I missing? It's the first time I'm doing this, if that wasn't clear enough. So if you do MV machine casings, which we did, it doesn't say that you have to use these, but it does say in here, right? Provide compost to boost, all machine casing must be the same tier. This dictates the machine speed. Requires 1 input hatch that matches the tier of the casings. Fill input hatch with water to fill the inside of the multi-block. These are all MV, and these are all MV as well. Let's put water in there and see if that helps in any way. We're gonna load the chunks as well. These multis are so big that I don't want to move them. I'm gonna let them cross a border or a chunk border like that. Don't really mind. What about this one? This one is good. Why is this one not good? Missing water. Okay, it's good. Okay, it just wants water. Cool. I was right to think that we just need water. I am definitely going to seal this from here. Do I need water constantly? That is my question. I feel like you don't have to supply this with water all the time, right? So we're just gonna borrow this for a second. And input hatch. And obviously this is not gonna put it in automatically, but we do have an HV pump now, which I'm happily gonna use. We have a nap break too. I keep missing those, but it's alright. We're just figuring out how the algae ponds work, because I have no clue. And I have to sleep. My understanding is that all we need is to missing water, import. All we need is to have one MV1 that generates the, is it the brown algae? We're gonna get these soon, that's for sure. Then we want to use, I think, this one to make compost, right? And that's gonna give us a boost in production for the second one. And that's gonna make even more green algae and brown algae. And now I don't know if I could just use the brown algae for compost right away, and if that is gonna be self-sufficient, but we'll see. And so it does use water, okay. Or is it because it's not full yet? I'm gonna wait for a second. I feel like it has to fill this entire thing first. Is it doing like 8 blocks at a time or something? Or no, it needs to be full. I see, I see. Whenever this thing is full, it's gonna do another part of it, right? Yeah, thirsty tank is super slow. Okay. So now this thing's gonna fill back up and it's not gonna use water, right? Yeah, okay, cool. So we just gotta do this once for each of these spawns and we'll be fine. So same thing with the input hatch. I'm gonna put this one inside. Main reason for this is I'm gonna have to connect these up somehow, right? Or I'm gonna have to send stuff from this one to an assembler and whatnot, because this is producing stuff already. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna check what we can do with these and figure it out. Here we go. Okay. I don't even think it has to fill up the entire thing. I think just getting a row of water in there would have been fine, but I think flowing water is maybe lag or TPS inducing, I'm gonna say. So I don't know. We're gonna do still water everywhere just to make sure. Don't quote me on that, but it is producing stuff now, which is great. Oh, we do have the ad break. Hey, I did not read this correctly. Yeah, so we're gonna have our first chem plant is probably gonna do methane. Now, what are we gonna use methane for? I don't know. Probably ETFE, yeah. So we're probably gonna use methane for this, and we're gonna set up methane right now, because when we're gonna get to PTFE, having a huge backlog of this is gonna help. So we're gonna get a lot of this. We're gonna have to figure out distilled water, because this right now is a pain. We're probably gonna do this recipe, but in a single block somehow. And the green biomass. So I know we're gonna want sulfuric acid maybe at some point as the second chemical plant, but right now I'm more interested in this. methanol for biodiesel. So yeah, and there's a bunch of other usage for this. If not, if I don't use it for the methane, the methanol, we're gonna use methanol for something else, I'm sure. If we don't do biodiesel, I mean, I'm sure we're gonna figure out something to use that for. I just wanted to play around with these things because I've never seen these things before. Actually, I've heard about them, but never actually set them up. So, well, that's done. Okay, water, thirsty tank. How are things going here? I did upgrade this. This looks crazy, but this is also where all the aluminum went, Huey. Yeah, so we're low on sulfur because we're not. Oh, because this thing blocked again. I don't know what it's doing, but it's getting pyrite. I think it's confused about. This one wants sticky resin, and this one wants pyrite. Is it? No. Actually, yeah. Okay, I nailed that. That's exactly what I meant to do. Yeah, so I don't know why, but this thing keeps getting filled up with this. With pyrite, which is meant to be there, so that's fine. I must have messed up the filter before or something. That's going to give us sulfur for rubber. It's also going to give us raw rubber dust for rubber. And we're getting iron dust, which is going to be useful for some... Yes, this was super overkill. So we don't get enough glow flowers. We're processing much faster than we're producing glow flowers now. So that is good. It's a good problem to have, because then I could go increase the stats and whatnot on the glow flowers. Yeah, and this thing's running non-stop. Cool. I still have oxygen to move. This is still being weirdly used for cell swapping and producing oxygen, so I'm gonna figure that one out eventually. Let's figure out what we're doing here. With the algae stuff. So you could go there. So I think we want an assembler and a fluid extractor, and we're probably going to want, so if we do an LV1, an MV1, sorry. Hey Bobdu, how are you doing? I 100% read that as hello, by the way, because I am not dyslexic, but I am sure I have some level of dyslexia. Anyway, I'm assuming you meant to say hello, but hey, how are you doing? How's it going? We're doing super well over here with autocrafting. All of the stuff that we can craft now, all the components. This makes me super happy. So yeah. Super good, and we're working on something that I've never worked before in Greg Tech, algae ponds. So we're figuring it out as I'm speaking. And I think the main use for us for this is going to be to make biodiesel for now. We need methanol. Seed oil is sort of fixed. We need some fluid extractor and we'll be good. But methanol, I was not sure how to get methanol without doing benzene. And getting wood vinegar, or doing biomass, which is also fine, but there's nothing exciting about biomass, right? So we're gonna use the algae stuff to make methanol. We'll see how well that goes with biodiesel, you know. So So yeah, so we need an assembler, and I think we're gonna do all of this at MV. I think so. So yeah, so this is half an amp. This is probably gonna be less than an amp. No, this is a full amp. Okay. Although this is a 1.85 second recipe. Does it tell me on the algae pond how fast it's producing stuff? Because if that's predictable, I could use a tier that matches what I'm. Yeah, okay, it is. So we're producing 2.9 green algae biomass per second. Now we should actually turn off the second one, because we're going to be using the input hatch for something. Because one of them is going to be producing a green and a normal algae. The other one, we want it to produce the brown stuff. Now, the brown algae biomass, yeah, we're going to use it from what I understand. And if someone knows about this, please let me know. But we're going to want to use this for sulfuric acid eventually. We're not going to do this right away, but we're going to want to use it for that. And right now, the only use I would have is to make even more compost, but I don't know how much I'm going to be getting out of this. So for now, we're going to do compost with the green one to get the brown one, and we'll see how much brown algae we can get. And if we want to put this into a chem plant or whatever. So I think that's the plan, meaning we're going to need a macerator in here, and this is a 20-second recipe. So part of me is thinking we do a steam grinder, maybe even more, but for now we could do just a one steam grinder, do this recipe in 10 seconds, and we can make 4 recipes. 8 recipes at a time, right? So 8 times 4 is going to be 32, and we get every 10 seconds. So we would be using 3.2 per second, but we're producing 2.9. But we're going to produce some more out of this. So I think that's fine. I think that's what we're going to do. So we're going to do a steam grinder. That's the first thing we're going to do, is a steam grinder for this recipe. This we're going to make tier 2, obviously. We are going to need steam over here, which should be fine because we have steam right here. So I'm going to probably do, we have a tunnel that's back here. I'm probably just going to extend it, bring it to the other room. Otherwise I have to get LP somewhere around here. I'll have some room in the back for that. Same thing here. So I'm thinking we're gonna extend this tunnel here. Yes, the good old torches. This is a classic world editor, by the way, but it's okay. So yeah, so we're getting here. I'm gonna go around. Great, we have water. Why the heck do we have water? Okay. Fine. One more, and then we're just gonna go around. Place some torches around here. Okay, and let's make a hole like right here for now. It's pretty spot on. We're gonna make another one about here. Okay, good. So we're gonna close this off now. No, actually, sorry. We're gonna keep this open. Eventually, we're gonna close all the walls properly, make it clean. For now, I don't care, and all I want is to get things working, and then we're gonna close up whenever we're done, right? Whenever it's done. Like, ore proc is clearly not done. This thing needs multi-blocks, and so many other things. We could probably benefit from multi-box centrifuge here, because we have a lot of centrifuges, and I'm sure like even just a dual like stacked on top of each other right here could take care of a bunch of stuff that we have here, because it's going to do parallels, and it's going to be super fast, right? Okay, so that's going to be our input for here. Let me get a bunch of unrouted for now, probably one basic as well. So this thing's going to want to be a basic, and then we're just going to go all the way to the other side. We're probably going to need another basic right there, but I'll go get that in a second. Okay, so this is our LP connections. We're just gonna put a basic like right here. Oh, right. We're gonna need more basics. So I've learned that recently. Our network is so scattered and long that you need to use basics every now and then. Otherwise, the reach is not, it doesn't reach for some reason. I have no clue what the reach is for these, but I learned that the hard way when setting up bees, actually. We're gonna try and set one here, maybe. Yeah, so that's good. That is probably gonna reach this one now. And I'm sure it's gonna reach all the way here, but let's put a basic. Let's put a basic here, see if that, yeah, so we're gonna put a basic like right here. This way, we're good. Okay, so now we need to work on machines. So probably a steam grinder. I think that's the first thing we want, because that's going to give us compost, and then we're going to use that as an input on the second pond. I don't know if we can self-feed one, so probably not, right? Because I don't know how much it's using. So provide compost to boost production by 1 tier. Does the quest tell us anything about compost. I know there's something about right here about the fact that giving compost gives it one tier up. So the algae farm also accepts compost that you can make from the algae itself to boost the multis tier by 1. This might be expensive at the start, but it's heavily recommended in most cases. The amount of algae you get in a single cycle, yeah. So I'm going to assume that you cannot self-feed an algae pond to do the recipe with the compost, but we're going to try it either way. We're going to get a steam grinder and set it up. So I don't think we have this recipe anywhere. We might have this though. We don't, so we're gonna have fun setting this one up. So this, we should set it up. This one, we don't have a machine for that yet. For frame boxes, we're gonna have to set up a bunch of assembler, and I'm gonna need a crafting. We're gonna have to set up another array of assembler just for that, because we're gonna get a bunch of frame box recipes where I don't want to do a simple setup because of the 4 recipe thing, and it's also a simple recipe in a way. So our arrays support that, and we're probably gonna set it up. So rods are gonna be right here. And well, we're gonna give it 1 ingot, and you get 2 out of this. I probably wouldn't set up Tumbega usually, but I know we're gonna do a lot of steam multis for the ore proc and the B proc, so might as well, you know. And I'm pretty sure the frame box, yeah, doesn't work. So we're just gonna do, I think we're gonna do just 1 for now. We're gonna do just 1, and we're gonna see how well that works or not. And we're gonna request Omega 4 times. I don't know how fast this recipe is. 12 seconds. So it's gonna take a second to get here, but that's fine. We don't need anything else, I think. Oh, we do need the bronze plated bricks, which I'm sure we have a bunch. Yeah. From whenever we upgraded the machines, we have some there apparently. I could technically do the frame boxes here if I put a wrench in here, but I should really just set up an assembling machine with in an array, because doing assembling machines now is super easy. Right, 2 pistons, 2 diamonds. We'll be good. Okay. Steam grinder. We're gonna need, and I'm sure I made a bunch of these, yeah? Input. Steam atch. Output atch. No, not output atch. We need output bus. There we go. Pretty sure all 3 of these is all we need. 1, 2, 3. And a bunch of steel casings. That's it. So let's replenish that. I should look at how many bolts we have, because I repaired my whole armor twice with this setup. So I'm expecting we're gonna be Yeah, we're halfway there. So this was at 22 before, now it's 12. I just gotta replenish that. Technically, I could connect this to LP now that we have bolts. I could bring this back here and just connect it to LP with active provider. And the active provider is going to make sure that we always have a stack in here by doing the crafting. So sort of like a level maintainer or emitter, something like that, right? So I think we're going to set up the macerator right here. This is exactly why I left some space. So I think we're going to put it right here. Well, we're going to put all the inputs and stuff behind. Because we're going to be using LP for this, I think. Cool. Yeah, so I might not use LP actually. Do I? I think I will. I think we're going to set up some storage here real quick. I'm going to put a drawer controller, a few drawers, which I'm not going to steal. I'm just going to borrow from here because I saw what Uwe did. Uwe took all the storage that we had in the assembler machine over there that I did. And, well, I need it more than storage does. And then drawer controller. Now this thing, no, we cannot request this because we don't have diamond plates, because we don't have cutting machines, and we don't have obsidian plates. So yeah. And I made obsidian foil by mistake. So, we need the dust. Or we need the ingot. Yep, exactly what we need. We need a bending machine. So extruder. So here's your 2 plates. Let's set this up in here. Good integrated. Should have a drawer in here. And let's figure these things out. These are always a mess to do. This is also something we're gonna have to automate. And we're low on whatever the red thingies are for that, the circuit thingies. So we're gonna have to. I'm just gonna make a bunch because I hate crafting these actually. Pretty sure we're gonna need 2 of those. So circuit plates. You do this, and this is what I meant. So we need, right, we need red alloy foil, which we could craft on demand. I just don't know if we have the red alloy. We have some red alloy, so we're gonna add a recipe for this because yeah, that's going to be used for these, but we're probably not going to use these 2. So it would only be used for this, which is only used for Project Red, which I don't want to use. Oh, but we are going to have to use it for the blank upgrades. Okay. Now this changes things. Yeah, so we are going to have to automate this. Perfect. Let's good. As long as I have a good reason to automate it, I am totally fine with it. Do I have red alloy plates? I am assuming I don't. I don't. So 2 upgrades. So at first I thought about just doing another set of extruders, right? For this, or bending machine rather. But I don't have to. I can do bending machine circuit 1. So I didn't write like plates here because these are not plate patterns or molds or whatever, right? They're circuit 1. So by doing circuit 1, I went I broke through my mental like barrier of doing foils in here because I could just do this. So instead of setting up another array of extruders, which were expensive, now it's easier, but it's still expensive, because you do need to do this in MV, right? If you're doing no, okay, so we could have done like an MV. No, sorry. Yeah, no, it's just bending machines. Never mind what I'm saying. We can do these in the same thing here, which is neat. That's it. So let's make plates if I give you this one. Maybe not 64. Yeah. And if I give you a plate, make me foil. 1, 2, 3. So that should work. Now, eventually we're gonna have a laser engraver as well in the autocrafting, and we'll make these on demand, but for now we can at least go here and request for, let's do a stack of stone plates. 32. Yeah, that's plenty. I also don't have a lot of red alloy. Another thing I want to automate with these, because I don't think I want to do... We could do an alloy smelter with on-demand crafting recipes, but I feel like running a bee of red alloy or redstone alloy is just so much easier. Because we could just make a smelting recipe after that. Right? We could just do dust into ingot, and we get the dust out of a red alloy. And it's 100% too, so we're probably gonna do that. So let's put the plates, put them in this here. We're just waiting on the foil. This recipe is like 10 seconds. So this is gonna be like 5-10 minutes. We'll go figure out something to do in the meantime. Parts. We're gonna have to get molten redstone, which I think we have. Not too sure where there's a mix, but these are coming in. We can go start this. Laser engraver ruby. I'm pretty sure we don't have, yeah, we don't have any of those laying around. I was concerned there for a second. But I guess you have to do the plates and then do the foil, so that's fine. Right. Let's not put that in here. know I have hoppers somewhere. Or I don't. I guess you're coming with me. Okay. And I technically just need, what is it? 8 plus 4 plus another 2. So 12, 14. That's all I should need. And we need forming press. So I could do this actually. Yeah, I was gonna say, where did all my plates go? This recipe is kind of awful, and the worst part is before the problem was the circuit or the stainless steel, and now that we have those, the issue is mainly this, which is, I don't know, it's just stupid to me, but it's fine, I guess. So we have the 2, we have the 4. We're just missing 8 plates of those. And we can craft the thing. This, we have this. We can request stainless steel plates. And then circuit as well. Where are the circuits? Hey, we're just missing the 2 plates are actually allied. Now we're just missing the 2 plates. I don't know why that's not going in there, but whatever. There we go. For our controller. Amazing. We're gonna need a provider because I want everything to go in here. So I want provider and what's the other one called? Polymorphic, right? Yeah, this thing. And then we're gonna want probably an MK4 because we don't have an MK2s. And we're gonna want more MK4s actually. So we have MK1s down there. Or the active supplier ones, that's usually good enough. We'll start with 1. I'll have to craft more. We should, the next step is really to automate these, because being able to just request a bunch of these would be kind of awesome. Fluid supplier, we're gonna need that. And yeah, I think that's it. I'm gonna take a bunch of these just in case. So back into the room. First thing we're gonna do is get rid of those. This one could stay here, point down, but these we're gonna want them to point to be in the back actually. I'm gonna do output, output, input, input. I think we're gonna set, well, I don't want to put this too far away, right? So for now we're gonna put it here, but it might move later. We're gonna lock these for now. We know we're gonna need compost in here. This recipe, and we're gonna need cellulose as well. And then I think that's it. So let's start with this guy. Oof, I forgot about this. It's fine. We can do just one cable here. I left 1 or 2 space behind this wall, mainly because it's in the way of this room, and because we don't really need a 3 by 3 space behind, you know, everything. I mean, when I can, I'll do it, but if I don't need to, it's fine. This way I can bring a pipe right here. I want to break this, but I don't want to. I'm going to go up and down, and that's what that's going to be. So this is for sure polymorphic and provider. And this one, we're going to have, I think an MK1 here is fine. Active supplier, and we're going to want is that what it is? Yeah. We're going to want green, and we're going to do a stack. And we're going to do partial. I like to do this, and that's just going to fill up the machine up to 64. Lastly, fluid supplier for you. You are going to be needing steam. And the good GT kind, right? Right, Uli? Not, you know, saying anything, but I've seen you do that mistake before. And then lastly, I'm gonna go get a basic pipe. Send this in the network automatically. So we don't need some fancy MK4 pipes or anything for putting stuff back into network. We just need basic, and we're gonna need some sort of conveyor belt or anything. And I think we're gonna go overboard and request an HV conveyor belt. 1 stack every second. That's kind of overkill. We're doing, I think we said we're doing roughly 3 items per second. So, I mean, we could probably do an LV1. I just want this thing to be super fast. I don't want it to be a bottleneck. I could do an extractor module, but that would mean using an MK4 pipe. So we're gonna do an HV conveyor belt just because I can, and hopefully that's gonna be, you know, fast enough. I love that we're requesting something here and we already see things just going around in and out of the system. That is awesome. And because every one of these is not using the same power source, they can all run in parallel. The only thing that's going to happen if they all run in parallel is our diesel supply is going to go down real fast. But because I fixed the problem with diesel, we have 1.4 million now. So I guess that's good. Vin paying his taxes, as everyone should, obviously. You know, this is just called pay your taxes because Kane, I see a button, you click a button. So you're the perfect target for phishing and stuff, is what I'm hearing, right? So I can send you an email saying like click this, and you're just gonna click it. It's fine, you know. But yeah, so the story behind the pay your taxes is Kane wanted to just show everyone that he had, you know, all the points and stuff. And apparently paying your taxes is a way to show off that. So we're gonna go up here, and we're just gonna go out. So any sort of algae, green algae, whatever it's called, that gets inserted in LP is going to go to that macerator right here, which is fine because I don't think we want to keep any algae, and any extra is going to stay in here anyway. So I try to make sure our viewers are as broke as possible. Well, I didn't want to mention anything, but I do think I've mentioned this, but your claims are super expensive. Like, I get it. You're good with your piano and stuff, right? Like you're super good. I don't mind the piano one, but everything else is also like 2.5k. Like if I want to just get a cat screaming, same price, 2.5k. Like no wonder I can't afford a house on your stream, right? And Hui has like years of just, you know, years of like free, you know, grinding of points, so it's not fair. Although he's not the only one that bought a house, so I'm just targeting him because I know it's easier. Okay, so Steam is coming in, but it's not super fast. What do you mean? How many points do you have, Yui, on Cat and Vin's mods doesn't get more points? Oh, I know, but what I mean is you've been doing it for a while. You've been, you know, following them for a while, from what I understand. So I'm not saying because you're a mod you're getting more points. It's not what I'm saying. Okay, so we have Steam now. Let's just see if that thing is just too fast for the Steam. It might just be. Oh yeah, that thing is way too fast for the Steam. So we're gonna need to speed up the logistics pipes. Man, that is like, it's depleting the Steam before the Steam can get back in here. That is something. So it's gonna come back here. I mean, it is a very long way, you know, but I mean, it's actually a super long way. And thank you for paying your taxes, XT. You have 24k here, so I should make like a 24k redeem just for you to show off even more, right? Yeah, and Vin said cheaper housing incoming. I hope so, because you know I've been saving my points, and it's super hard because you are so talented with your song request that you know it's hard not to press that button. You know what I mean? You see the button, you want to click on it. It's very, yeah, it's very tempting. So we need speed upgrades, right? So there's two things: we need speed upgrades, or we need to centralize the Steam. Steam right now, going here, not so good. Now the main use for this, for this thing, that's an R, but the main use for this is for us to get Steam. It gets speed up here, you know. I'm gonna have to do monetary donations for my house since my channel points are broken. I mean, yeah, yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure Vin is gonna say, you know, once that door is open, that you can do monetary donations for a house on Double Helix. I don't know how that's gonna go, but yeah. Right, so if we want to speed up Steam, I think we have to add like speed upgrades here. I think is what we have to do. Otherwise we have to make the Steam on site, which is not so nice either. We could, if we make a boiler, is there any boiler that takes, reduces 35-second pollution per sec, consume fuel only when temperature is less. So can we put any liquid fuel in these boilers, or we have to use the multis? I believe we have to use the multis, right? We could just put, oh yeah, we're okay. We're definitely doing this. Okay, I know what we're doing. Watch that. We're gonna do, I know we have a boiler. I already had boiler in there. I know we have a GT boiler somewhere, right? Yeah, so we have an LV one. That's gonna make 750 per second. We're gonna go check how fast this thing is, and we'll see. Honestly, I'm not sure if I earn, well, are you earning points here, Mr. Nibble? You have points here? Right, we should repair those as well. I'm all over the place. Okay, so if I start this thing, right, it's using 800 liters of steam per second. So I cannot use a simple advanced boiler for this. I have to use at least an MV1, maybe even more. Now, here's what I'm thinking. Is it time, finally, to move the steam? The problem with moving the steam is this building is mainly going to be the main user of steam, because we're going to have steam multis for R proc, for B proc, all that stuff. So upgrade path number one is we make this more central, move it to the other building, and you know, just steal steam from somewhere around here. And the other option is we make steam also in the other building and we centralize it. 750 with a big buffer. Yeah. I'd have to check that. Yeah. We're going to have to take a break because someone redeemed the break and I actually skipped the break last time. So what I'm going to do is we have an ad in 8 minutes. I'm just going to run it now. This way we can get it out the way. I don't know how long we're going to go on with the stream still, but I'm going to run the ad right now, take a quick 5-minute break, and go stretch, get some water, maybe some sugar, some, you know, some sugary stuff. And I'll be right back. So see you guys in like 5-10 minutes. Real quick, and I'm gonna run the ads as well to get it out the way. Okay, welcome back. What is up with the music? Oh, okay, I was just switching. Well, I'm super happy if you like one of the songs, because I don't know, I've been mitigated or in between, like on the fence with that playlist. It's very chill as like a background, but nothing too crazy, you know? But it's pretty good. And it's always the same too, so I should try to find multiple playlists and just cycle through them. But yeah, so welcome back everyone. We're gonna figure out Steam right now. So here's what we're gonna do. There's less and less machines that are working here, right? We're using these most of the time, but everything else, like these, are almost never working anymore. The EBF is maybe the only exception here, and a steam turbine. We should actually switch those to combustion engines. But these are 7,000 liters of steam per second. Now, we are making, about 14.5k per boiler, and we have 4 boilers. I'm thinking, do we just take out one of the boilers, given that the only stuff running is the EBF, and that's 2 boilers right there, like 2.5, and these for the MV machines, and these are going to move out, and we're going to replace them by combustion engines. So I'm thinking we take out one of these boilers, and we just put them in the other building, and just put blaze rods, diamonds, whatever in there, and we just got to figure out a way to get water there. And yeah, that's option number 1. Option number 2 is, technically speaking, we do have steam in the other building, in here, right around here. So I could just extend the steam from actually, it's even on the other side. I should just bring the steam all the way around and bring it to that machine. And there's going to be more machines here, right? Now, we're running out of these tiny nether star fluid pipes, and it's a very good backlog, or a buffer of steam as well. But we're eventually going to want to move away from these pipes and using the long distance, and we're going to want to use more combustion, right? So I think for this time, just to fix this issue right now, we're just gonna bring pipes over. But I do think we're gonna have to move out of these at some point. I know why I did this, because it's just so much simpler to set up like that. So we're gonna do this, right? Now this is just going to continue to strain our steam, but that's fine. We're gonna get rid of it eventually, right? And that was weird. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of it eventually, and we're gonna use only LP. What I want to do is get rid of LP in that other building, and well, LP is going to stay there, but I want to get rid of the request table that's over there, and also there's something else. that I'm clearly forgetting right now. Let me figure this out first. Actually, you know what? Let me just get this fixed because my brain ain't braining right now. Steam etch. Bring the pipes over. I'm just gonna ignore that creeper. This happens so much that I'm just immune to it now. Right. That's good. Can we do this? Yep. Before the steam arrives. So what was I saying? Yes, I want to get rid of steam into, well, not steam, LP, like the fluid storage that's over there, all that stuff. I want to get rid of it. I want to make sure we use this building as the central place for pretty much everything. You're in the way. You're I don't have a scoop on me. Yeah, no, you're just getting broken, I think. Sad, I know, but I don't have the mental capacity to deal with this right now. Okay, finally. Ooh. Oh. You know what? What are the chances that I did all of this for nothing and I just had the supplier set up to 16 instead of... Okay, now, if this is what I did, I'm gonna be so mad. If this works, because the buffer is higher when I do this, right? So this runs from 64 to whatever. I was doing 16 to 0 before. Then I think XT pointed that out, but I just, well, somehow pointed that out, right? I was just out of it, I think. I guess I needed that break. Okay, because if that works, then we're good. Yeah, so by the time we're at 40,000, this thing gets filled back up to 41,000. Because it's gonna start requesting for a lot more than just like 8,000 whenever it's filled up. Does that just work? Is it always gonna go back to, yeah, 41,000? Okay, I just did all of this for nothing. We're still gonna have to move out the steam out of the other building. But I guess I placed all of these for nothing. And now I don't want to wait too long for this. So we're gonna take out the big guns, right? Now, if you're asking me why I wasn't using this wrench before, the only reason is I've been meaning to get rid of that steel LV wrench, but because it's powered, it's just been working and working. It's not really going down. Anyway. Okay, so just ignore everything that I did in last the last like 2 or 3 minutes. Travel time is rough for a situation like this. That is still nerve-wracking. Yeah, it is, but you know, it works, right? It's keeping it at 41,000 all the time, right? Oh, you might be right. It might not be. It kind of is. Now, the thing is, all I need, I feel like, to compensate for this, because it is going up, because it's not working all the time, because right now it's not producing anything, right? Ooh, I made a mistake here. Oh, I did a big mistake here. Well, not big, but I'm gonna have to go fetch that. This is probably all in here now. Yep. See, all the compost is here. So this is the overflow for the system, because it had nowhere to go. It went there, which is fine, but I should have not connected all of this right away. So yes, you're right, Vin. It's probably too, like, it's, you know, it's probably too short. But I had a backlog of these things right now, and they're not going to be running all the time, I think. So I'm thinking we're going to leave it like that for now. Wait for this to fill back up. We're going to put some speed upgrades. Eventually, we're going to move the Steam from wherever it is right now to main storage. That's going to put it more in the center of everything. I'm also going to move all the speed upgrade that we do right now for the Steam into fluid storage. There's 1 or 2 blocks that we could put all the speed upgrades on. All the fluids are going to be much faster. So this is one other issue that we have right now. So I think we're good. So I want to put compost here for now. Yeah, so this thing works. This thing still works. So all we got to do now is probably right here. Branch out. Right. I guess we could yeah, I probably want to keep that here for now. Let's do this. I am gonna need some more basic pipes. Did I use like a bunch of basic here? I did. Right. So I'm gonna want to go from here. I think I want to go down like that. Now, output bus is just getting this. And these input bus, this one's gonna be empty, and this one's gonna have something. And this is where we're gonna put MK4, an active supplier, and we're gonna be asking for that compost. Compost, partial. We could put more, but that's fine, right? So unrouted here and unrouted all along. And yeah, that should do it. Now, the question is, are these going to push automatically into here? I don't know. So we're going to have to figure it out. Also, actually, before we do any of this, I'm going to do a cycle with these. I think these are going... Yeah, no, they're in there. Okay. So we're just gonna do one cycle with these because we're gonna get brown algae now. It's also gonna take less time. So this way we're gonna be able to get one of the brown algae and put it in storage right away. Then we're gonna connect back everything and make sure that we got everything. Now we're gonna have to set up this recipe as well. This we're gonna use into a fluid extractor and do all of this. So I think we're good. We're just gonna do some speed upgrades. It's gonna help out, and then eventually we're gonna move steam. Because like Vin said, it is kind of nerve-wracking-ish. But I do want to just... I don't want complexity right now. My brain needs the simple. Okay, so you are not gonna push in there, right? Why was I under the impression that the output bus auto pushes? Or is it the yeah, the output, or is it the input bus that auto import? Or like, should it be both? Or do I have to change this like that instead? It's the same thing here. I guess we're getting conveyors again. So this runs every 40 or 35 seconds, so like even an LV one would be fine. There is 3 items in there though. And I don't see a reason why not doing HV stuff. Except the fact that we don't have infinite stainless steel, but you know what would be very nice? Some redstone control. Put it on top of the machine, or just one machine, I guess would be fine. And, or it should be both, it should be all, sorry. So all machine, redstone cover, or like activity detector or whatever cover, right? Redstone, and bring a lamp right here and or right here. So that whenever you want to see if one of these things is working, you have a redstone lamp that just lights up. I know Uwe is working on making these like more pretty, because right now they're just fully functional. And I think part of this is going to be raising this up by 1 and also spacing them more, but I personally wouldn't even touch them. I would just leave it like that, put some covers around and call it a day. Because these could look like a single block or multi-block, sorry, if we just did some covers. And we can't do much about the pipes, the logistics pipe, but I don't know. Do we need to? You guys think we need to make this somehow beautiful, or, you know, eventually we're gonna have multis and to replace all of those, so. Okay, so assuming this doesn't push, we're gonna do this and this. It's not the best, but it works. It's gonna go in here. I like seeing the LP pipe around, it's more fun. Yeah, it is. So this is gonna run, right? Yep. And you see how this is super slow now? I'm gonna run it as we can. I'm gonna assume that it's not gonna make this grinder run all the time, but I might be wrong. We'll see. Because this thing is producing 2.2, because we care about the green ones, right? Yeah, we care about the green algae. So the green algae is making the compost. So we're making 2.2 per second and, well, 1.6 per second. No, it's 1.6 second per. What did I just do? Yeah, so it's even more, because I know this thing can change over time. Let's just see if that goes even higher. I have no clue how much compost this is using either. Because I'm worried about the compost not being being used too fast, I guess. But it looks fine. So it's doing 1.6, 1.3, 2.9. So every 1.6 seconds and every 2.9 seconds, we're getting one of these. So we're roughly getting two every, we're getting one every 2 seconds, right? This thing is probably barely running. Oh, I should do, oh yeah, I should totally do that. If I do this and do full, this thing is only gonna get 32. So this thing is only gonna run every time we get 32 of these. This way, we're sure that we're just doing a full like parallels recipe, right? 8 compost. It's also gonna help with the steam, I think, because we're not gonna be running it just every time there's something in there. We're just gonna be running it every time we get 32. And I think that's fine. Because we're still getting pretty good amounts. So this thing is running, and is this thing going up or down? Yeah, this thing is going up. Yeah, so as long as this is going up, I think we're good. Yeah, because this thing has some time to get more steam into it, right? So cool. So, by the way, this is all new to me, so I might, if you have any insights or whatever comments, I might be doing this wrong. Just tell me, because I don't know if that's just me, but it feels like algae ponds were not there in like 2.2 or something back when I was playing. So I don't know if that's like I just never knew they existed, or it was added after I stopped or something, but I don't know how long they've been in the game, but it's the first time in 3, 4, 5 years that I play around with those. Replace 0 by this. Yeah, it's I'm really just trying to discover new stuff. This is no power requirements. You just set it up like this, right? From what I understand. You just set this thing up like that, and apparently you can get... I'm gonna have to clean up my inventory. Apparently you can just use the extra green algae, or oh, is it? Oh, it's the normal one. No. Okay, so you use the green algae, make cellulose fiber, and we're gonna make methanol out of it. They existed in 2.5. Okay, well that's... I think I was playing around 2.2, 2.4, something like that. I think I've seen one of my profiles or whatever in multi-MC was 2.2, I think, but yeah. So anyway, that's what we're going for. So right now, we're going to be doing a fluid extractor and an assembler. Let's try to see at what rate are we getting these things. We're getting 2, so every 2 seconds, we're getting 1 algae biomass, and every 1.8. So if you want to know how much you're getting per second, right? If you're getting 1 every 1.8, you're actually getting 0.55 per second. Does that make sense? Yeah. So you're getting 0.555 per second, and this one is more like 1 divided by 2, which is 0.5. So we're getting 1.05 per second. Just doing that to get that number here. So we're getting... No, I'm not looking at the right one. Forget everything I said. Heyo, Brochacho, how are you doing? We are learning about algae right now. How are you doing? Where are you up to? Are you gregging? Are you, I've seen you around, but are you gregging right now? What are you working on? We're just chilling, learning about this. We've done a lot of work today, so this is our learning phase right now. So I think we're gonna go do an assembler, and we're not gonna try and calculate if we should do an MV. We're just gonna do an MV, I think. Because this thing is just awful. We're getting 14 every 40 seconds. This one we're getting 22 every 35. I guess we could look at that. So we're getting 14 every 40 seconds. And we're getting 22 every 35. Every 35, right? So we're getting whatever that number is, plus 0.35. So we're getting, let's call it 1. Let's call it 1. We're getting 1 of that algae every second. And what we're doing is we're composting this. So this is also an issue-ish. We're running this non-stop. As long as this thing is it's not full. So what we're gonna do... Oh, I know what we could do, right? So instead of storing it, I could put a crafting recipe here. I could put a crafting recipe here to tell it to send us 32 of these. But I feel like this is not gonna... So we're getting 18 now, but let's do 14 every 40 seconds. We're getting 0.35, and we're gonna... Let's assume we convert all of this into compost, right? I guess. No. Let's do that. Let's do it properly. I don't want to be messing around with how this thing's gonna balance itself and whatnot. So we're gonna do 1 drawer, a downgrade. We're gonna keep 1 stack of compost, and whenever it's depleted, we're gonna get more, craft more, and that's it. I'm not gonna try and fix this up any other way. So we're gonna move this here, lock it, put a torch. We're actually gonna need this again. Do this. Do this. So now what's gonna happen is this thing's gonna fill up. Problem is it's gonna try and push. So I have to find another way to get... So probably an extractor pipe is the proper way to do this. We're gonna have a look at an extractor, right? If I could just have an extractor pipe. I don't want fluid. Okay, so I guess I'm just using this. And we're gonna use... It's probably a good time to clean up. So instead of active supply... No, so supplier, we just didn't use it. I guess there's a much simpler way to do this. This is probably me being super lazy right now. I could just do an extractor module. But then I would have to make some MK4 again, right? Because we don't have any, so definitely don't have any MK4. Which would mean just more stuff, more Cantal. Yeah, I'm just not up for this right now. We're gonna look into making these pipes more making these pipes on demand, and then I'll be happy. And I'm gonna make all the MK4s, but right now I don't want to do this manually. So here's my quick fix solution. It's super lazy, I know, but it's also a quick fix. The reason I'm doing this is I want to, right? Whenever this is here, it's gonna pull in here as long as this thing is not at 64, because we're just gonna keep one stack. That's it. So when this thing's gonna fill up, this thing's gonna stop, and this supplier module here is gonna stop requesting more items to be stocked in here. So that's gonna start piling up the green algae a bit more, and we're gonna use everything that's left into an assembler and then our fluid extractor. That's the plan. Because I don't know if we can just do green algae to conveyor macerator to this, and then use the output from this to feed everything else, you know? I kind of like having this sort of centralized storage for this. But then you get into the issue where if I put some assemblers to do this, I feel like I'm going to be eating up all of the green algae, and I might run out. Now the other solution to this is I could see if the brown algae can keep up with, if putting compost, making compost out of this instead can keep up with the brown algae. And I guess the quick and easy way to do this would be to know how much of this is consuming. But the other easy quick way to do this is to do this. So if I do this, 8 times this, right, is going to be 16 of those. If I do this instead, I want to see if this number goes up. If this brown algae goes up, then I guess we're producing more than we're consuming, which is fine, because we're consuming compost to make the brown algae. And it is not very clear how much we're consuming. We're just getting the outputs. We're not getting how much this is using. And I'm assuming this is not going to be enough. And this is probably why I should use this. Yeah, it's definitely not going to be keeping up. But also this thing is not full, so I could technically do this, I guess. Keep just a stack. Because whenever this is full, this is going to stop requesting more. It's also making a batch right now. Yeah, so now whenever this gets to 16, it's going to request the last 16 here, and that's it. We're getting one every 20 seconds, so I'm very, very doubtful that this is going to keep up with the compost. Yeah, no, it's definitely not. Okay, well, we're not doing that. So. Okay. I have the weirdest luck with ore vein spawns. I got like 3 mica veins on. Well, I am also one of these guys, but I can't find a freaking oil sand vein to save my life. Yeah. So just for funsies, our base that we chose was on top of a gypsum vein, and we had a mica vein right next to it. So yeah, and we had some oil sands and casterite and all that. We had everything we needed around. Lapis, diamond. I think the only problematic one was the copper one. I wanted a pure like copper vein, and I had to go this far to get it. So so yeah, it's I don't know if it's luck, but we've had some luck too. Strategy work, found oil sand literally as soon as I complained. Yeah, that's usually how that goes, right? Okay, so now we're piling up the green algae because we're limiting this and we're limiting this to only. So that's good. Now the problem is we're going to be using all of the remainders of this. I feel like we don't want to share the storage between everything here. We'd probably want to take this out. So take any outputs from here and use that for the methanol. But we're just going to set it up. We're going to see how that goes. We're going to use LV just because I'm concerned that if we have MV and we go too fast, we're just going to not be able to make compost. But we might find a way to limit it with LP so that it doesn't consume everything. We'll see. So let's make an LV assembler. Let's make an LV fluid extractor because that's all we need. And this is 0.5 amp. And this is a full amp. So we're going to run 2 amps of power. But we're not going to be doing steam again. We're going to do combustion, LV. So we have everything for this now. So I'm going to do this, and I think it's going to work. There we go. Only problem is we had some tin cable, but I think that's fine. The other thing is we're going to need an assembler. Great, easy. Assembling machine. Boiler, we don't need that. We can clean up some stuff. I'm going to think about what items we want, but we're probably going to want an active supplier for this. And do we want an active supplier, or we just input directly into it? I think we're going to input directly into it. We're going to put the machines next to each other, so we're going to have 2 power cables. That should be fine. We're going to have a fluid supplier twice for the diesel. Technically, I can run this with just one, but I'm going to make it somewhat clean. And we're going to want a basic fluid. So I don't like fluid insertion. I would rather run fluid extractors. So we're going to make one of these because these are super easy to make. Yep. That's easy. Bio 4, we're gonna get that in the machine. We're gonna want an extra super tank, a basic, and a provider right here. And we're gonna want to fluid lock that. And we're gonna need a basic. Yeah. So this is whenever we're adding fluid storage or fluids in the storage. This is how we usually do it. So this, I point this up because we just don't care about the actual input output from this. And I put basic on top, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, basic on top, and then provider underneath. Yeah, provider underneath here, and then we're gonna need a few unrouted, like that. And all I gotta do is lock this guy to this and put this guy to this. Now it's not gonna work. This is. There we go. So that's gonna send all the methanol that we do in here. Let's go get our fluid extractor pipes. And Mr. Nibbles, whenever you have an issue like this where you know, something doesn't work, don't hesitate to come here and complain. I'm a big complainer, so I understand. I get it. I would do the same. Right, we need our combustion generators, and we're gonna need our assembler and all that before we can set up anything. So this is our 2 combustion. We have our assembling machine. All I'm gonna need is fluid extractor. Now watch me just taking this, and we're gonna set it up. I don't know if there's a better usage of the algae, but that's the one we're doing for now. I could technically just enter IO again. I'll see what we do. For now, actually, yeah. I'm trying to think here. We definitely want combustion here. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna put the machines in the air. Like that. Assembling extractor. Push this. Push this. We're gonna put our 2 combustion generators right underneath. We're gonna do unrouted into this. Diesel, where are you? Diesel, and that's going to be 16 partial. Same thing here. That's going to give us power, right? Combustion generators. This guy is going to want bio circuit number 4. And I think I'm going to be super duper lazy. And we're just going to put an Ender IO connection right there. This makes it pretty clean-ish, I think. We can put plates and blocks around and whatever, make it beautiful, pretty later. Let's just see if... Yeah, here's the diesel. Diesel usage compared to Steam is super, like, diesel is much more dense, right, in terms of power, so I think it's gonna work out. And the proof is, this thing's been going up ever since we started streaming, so pretty happy with the new fuel. And I forgot one thing. Fluid extractor. I think we'll be good. Yeah, because we can just put this here, point this up, and then tell this to fluid extract whatever is here. So let me get a filter as well. Make sure we don't mess up. Now, my concern is these machines are going to be too fast and they're going to be eating up everything that makes the compost, which helps making more stuff, but also the green algae that we're going to be using for making sulfuric acid, right? Which is something we could set up right now, technically. Hey, Nomsy. How are you doing? We're setting up algae ponds right now. I've never done this, so if you have some, you know, some expertise or wisdom, please share. Because right now I'm bringing just everything from here to here, and my main concern is I'm gonna use all the green algae to make our methanol for biodiesel, and that's gonna prevent us from making compost, for getting the green algae, for making eventually sulfuric acid. It's everything I just said, but I wanted to make sure you're up to speed, you know. So we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do green algae, always active, insert. We're doing some mixed up logistics stuff, you know. Like, I don't feel like this needs to be connected to LP. Like, literally it's just one connection between, right? Right, so auto output, we have methanol, and it gets outputted because we did set up fluid storage for this before running it right here. So we should be getting methanol here. It's discussing how easy bio is with coconuts. Yeah. Well, the main concern around here is not that bio is easy or not, or whatever. Uwe doesn't like anything else than diesel. He wants to do oil, actually. And I couldn't care less about oil. So I want to do some stuff on my end. So I'm doing bio. And we're going to have both. Like, who cares, right? We're going to be having probably a centralized place for all the power generation. And a battery and all that. So there it is. It's super slow to get here, but it got here, which is fine. So yeah, you know, the main point of this is, for now, for now we're just okay, we're just trying out a bunch of different power sources. I know you're gonna scream hooch, but yeah. Last day of uni, that's super cool. Last day on a Monday. That's weird, but whatever, I guess, right? You take it. So the main bottleneck right now is this assembling machine, from what I can see, which is perfectly fine with me. Because I was super scared that we would use all of this. And we're going to need some for sulfuric acid. So just having methanol passively right now, for me, is good enough. I don't know, well, I guess we can tell from this, right? Because this is the bottleneck, so we're doing 5 every 7.5 seconds. But we need 3 to make 250. So we're making almost 500 every 7.5 seconds, like very roughly. So that would mean every 15 seconds we're able to do 6,000 biodiesel. And this or rather, we're making the methanol for biodiesel. And this recipe is every 30 seconds we need 1,000. We're right on it. Like, that's good enough for me. How does hooch compare to benzene, both in terms of power and ease of making it? So Nomsy is gonna have more information on this. But hooch is mainly used in a turbine or a boiler, sorry, to then produce power. So it's not like It's not gas turbines, not combustion engines. It's all steam to generate power. So I'm pretty sure the setup, from what I remember, is hooch into boilers into steam turbines or something, right? Makes steam, steam makes power. Yeah, exactly. So you can overkill steam with hooch. Yeah, large steam turbines. Yeah, thank you. Cool. So I think being able to sustain this recipe, running it every 30 seconds is all I'm asking for right now. I could upgrade this to MV later. Change this, easy peasy. I'm sure this is not going to be a bottleneck. For now, I'm going to let everything here just stack up. And yeah, I don't think I want to void. Whenever these are going to, you know, fill up, we'll be fine. The only difference is that we should be using MK1s or any MK pipe and use extractors here, because one, we're not producing a lot, so these two conveyors are actually not doing anything most of the time. And also, whenever the storage is full, I don't want this to start flooding into our main storage. So we're gonna go make what I was trying to avoid making, because I don't think we have any around here, right? At one point we were producing 60 mil steam a tick. Yeah, they were in the Crimson run, they were doing some crazy stuff with that, with hooch and whatnot. So that's why I called out. Nomsy was gonna mention hooch, but it's yeah, overproducing hooch too. I could have made another 20-30 boilers to up it or double it. Yeah, their numbers were pretty off the charts. Like, not crazy, but for a setup that you could technically do the minute that you have the turbines, you know, it was pretty good. It's like benzene in a sense that it's fully passive, right? You just need sugar, you need like what, potatoes, and it's from farms. So okay, so all of this cleared out. Now I want to make some MK pipes, because we're gonna want to do extractors. Technically I have to do MK2s, MK1s, sorry. We're gonna do MK1s. Sure, I have some basic. Yeah, so we're gonna take one of these. We're gonna ask for a red alloy plate. Nomsy, I'm gonna show you something in a second. You're already sort of seeing it, but I'm gonna show you something real quick. I don't think you've seen. I don't know if you've seen this, because I don't know. I haven't seen you in a while, man. But don't worry about it. I'm just joking. We've been really hard. I've been working really hard at autocrafting. So we have all the components, LV, MV, and HV, as like autocrafting. Bro, my own parents haven't seen me and we live together. I'm just joking. Don't worry about it. But yeah, we can autocraft or craft on demand every freaking components from LV to HV, and we're at early HV. We're so early in HV that actually today I used this to make this quest. So I didn't do any of this manually, except for some motors and pistons, I think, earlier for some machines. But the robot arm, the module, the conveyor, the pumps, and even the assembling machine was all done in here. So yes, problem is getting to AE2 and crafting all this stuff for AE2 is also going to be a pain, and this is going to help. Because we're going to be able to do all the components for AE2 for starting and setting up the network all in here, you know? So yeah, I do know about stab alloy. We sort of talked about it earlier, but we have some problems. So when you're getting stab alloy, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but you have to macerate it, and you have to centrifuge the dust. You're getting titanium, and you still have to blast furnace it, and you still have to vac freeze it. And to get a vac freezer means to get workstation circuits, which means that you need to get a clean room, and so on and so on. So we don't have a clean room, we don't have a vac freezer, so we're at very, very early in HV. So we're definitely doing stab alloy, but before we do stab alloy, we're gonna work on clean room. We're gonna work on, well, now we have all the components, so making machines in HV is gonna be super easy. And yeah, we're gonna do a small version, clean room, and then, you know, so on. We're gonna do a smaller version because you can't do circuit crafting or on-demand circuit crafting in the clean room with LP. So we're probably gonna you know, the minute that we can get A2, we're gonna get full-size clean room, then start automating circuits and whatnot there as well. So yeah, Mr. Nibble, you're right. From what I understand, you want Kirstart into that whatever biome name is, right? And that's how you get stab alloys easy. That's my understanding. That's probably what I was gonna do as well. And then you just capture it, make a, yeah, toxic Everglades. Thank you, Vin. And you get it in a vial, and then you do a powered spawner, is my understanding, right? So we're probably gonna do all of this, and I'm gonna have to see, like, how does that fit in the mob farm, right? Because mob farm, and before I get here, mob farm, these spawners here, we do have the column, which I guess we could pass Ender IO in the middle and get power and items into these spawners, right? That's probably what I would do. I don't know if that's wrong, but I feel like if you get 2 powered spawners, or 1 or whatever, you could then just pass the cables down the middle. I don't know. Do what I did and one tap them over your altar for BM. What do you mean? What's up, Nomsy? Spawn them over blood magic and kill them. Oh, you mean the thing for the blood is like the ritual, the wall of suffering or well of suffering, or this, the well of suffering? Yeah, Uwe is on that because he needs to get me frenzy frames, and one of the ways to automate the altar itself. Why? It one taps them with your upgrade knife. Well, I do need it at some point, Uwe. I just don't need it now anymore because I fixed this up for bees. But so, like, this knife or whatever, you one tap them with that. Is that what it is, Nomsy? Why would you do that though? Why wouldn't you just put down an EC or just the normal mob farm like that? Why do you need blood magic? Is it because it one taps them, or like, what am I missing here? And this is all the autocrafting, by the way, Nomsy, if you haven't seen it. So we have arrays of machines that are just doing recipes in parallel. So we have wire mill circuit 1, circuit 2, circuit 3 and 4. We have polarizers, bending machines, assemblers for wire coating with rubber. And then what I did this weekend is all the extruders, not everything, but the main ones. And yeah, all the good stuff. When a mob is on top of your altar and you hit them with the knife, it causes them to insta-die since the stab alloy is 500 HP. Gives you 500 blood before you get Wall of Suffering. Well of Suffering. When you get, well, it's just so easy. So you're saying do this because it insta kills them and they have 500 HP and they take forever to die. And when you get EEC, you do both. You do Wall of Suffering and EEC. Is that what you mean? The magic knife is the fastest mob killing method, but manual. Can you not automate it with the Ender IO killing machine thing player thingamajig? Like there's a thing for that, right? This thing, Killer Joe. Does that work with? Because you can give an item to this, I think, right? Yeah, but it's faster if you're just one-hitting them. Not both, just EC. Can you put the blood magic knife in a Killer Joe or something? Don't worry, Namzi. I think I get it. If I don't, I'm sorry. So this out, take this out. This is only gonna pull if there's a place in storage to put it. We're going on an ad break as well. I'm gonna take a second and drink some water actually. Okay, this is what I was worried was gonna happen, and it happened. I'm using all of the green algae in here. Meanwhile, this is not getting any anymore. Meaning we're not producing the brown algae. But it might be because we were not pulling for a second, but I don't think it is. Because it wouldn't be at 0. I don't think so. Because every time it just goes in here all like directly, right? Although once this is at a stack, if this stacks up, then it means it's fine. But I doubt it, because the machine is super slow. The machine is yeah, 40 seconds and 35 seconds, that's like super bad. So if this thing is not stacking up quicker than this, it means I can't be using the output of both to make this. Yeah, this is not good. We can't use any of the other algae. The other one we can use is the brown one. I don't think we want to be using the brown one. Alright, I'm gonna get ready for uni. Bye. Bye, Nomsy. Thank you for stopping by. No idea if killing Joe will work with a knife. I'd be curious now to try this. I'll probably try it in creative somewhere, you know? I must be missing something here. I feel like the correct way to set this up is to have stuff from one go into macerator and then, well, whatever, storage, I guess. And then use one of these, so the second one, for the brown algae, the green, and the normal ones. And you just want to take this output, and this is what you use for actually producing this. That's my understanding. It feels wrong though that this is too fast for that. The other way I could do this is so if we just stop this for a second, right? We stop this for a second and we tell this guy here to also do this. It's gonna get both. And It's just gonna use as much of both as it can to try and make compost. And then what I think I'm gonna try is we're gonna put compost in that one as well. We're gonna try and do compost in both. See if that balances it out or something. So we're gonna go make 2 more MK1s. Actually, I'm gonna make 4 because they're pretty cheap, and MK1s are good enough just for an active supplier or what is it called? Active supplier and extractor. So yeah, we're gonna do this. We're gonna request red alloy plates 4 times. And some chest again. We don't have any chest here. I'm gonna have to put the Killing Joe idea on my list. I don't really want to do blood magic, but I mean, I could help out and try to do some blood magic, right? That's gonna make a few chests. In here. Actually, 2 and we're good. Yeah, because this is just so much cheaper than trying to do MK4s right now. MK4s are nice, but this is just tedious. The fact that you only can do 6 at a time too, it's fine, but we're gonna have to figure something out for that. So I'm gonna need an active supplier again, and I think that's it. Yeah, the other ones have the modules that I want. Wait. Any second. I'm gonna need that. It's also technically gonna save us 2 conveyor module. They're HV, so that's good. Do this. Do this. So that's gonna use all the compost that we had, which is fine. I don't know why I felt like I needed 2 more. This cannot be changed. Okay, so it is going up. And which one is it using now? I'm wondering if it's gonna swap between both or it's gonna get stuck on one. Yeah, so it's using the brown one and it's coming back probably faster than yeah, it's probably coming back in here faster than the recipe allows us to, so I want to see if 35, 35, 60, 64. Yeah, let's let it run for a while, see if that brown algae goes up or not. If not, I'm gonna leave it And I think yeah, we're gonna leave it. I think technically we could try to run this now. This is how much awake I am. This is using 10 every 7.5 seconds, I think, right? Yeah. This is using way too much, probably. Compared to what we're producing here. So I feel like this is a passive setup that you actually don't want to run in a low you don't want to run it in a centralized storage like this. You should run it in Siri. So the output of this should go in the macerator, and then the output from the macerator is going to go into the next one. So the compost is going to go in here, and then this, any output from this doesn't get mixed up with the output from this one. This is what I feel like I have to do. Because this is definitely not keeping up. Whatever I do, this is way too fast. And I don't even know if one pond is enough to provide the compost for this one. This is going up though. This is not. We're producing a lot of normal algae out of this though. We're producing a lot of methane gas. We could use it to, you know, do some stuff with it. It's probably going to be used, like I said, for PTFP. This is weird. I might just be too much sleepy for that. So how about we do an output hatch here. We do ender IO to input here. Anything else, we filter this. Or actually, sorry, we filter this to only take the normal algae and the compost. So this is only going to produce us normal algae and compost. And then this is going to get compost, and we're going to get the output from this. Yeah, I think this is how I want to have this set up right now. Trying to think here. We could have the compost, because that's like free, right? It just makes it better. I don't know if it's going to be able to sustain 2 though. It's sustaining it-ish. Like, this thing is always making more, but it's also depleting this because of this. So let's move it. Let's see if that helps in any way. So we're gonna move this. Move this. Input bus is gonna go there. You're getting back your active supply. Okay. So you are getting a filter. Actually, 2 things. Well, let me get a filter first. I'm gonna get 2 just in case. We're gonna try and fix this up. So what I want to see is the assembler machine being empty, and whenever it gets new stuff, processes it instead of having, well, this is still going to be empty, but this is going to be running all the time is what I'm going for. Here's what we're going to do. So we're going to start from here. I'm getting this back. We are going to do output bus here. We're going to go down under this. We need more Ender IO. It's probably a good sign for me to go to sleep soon, but I'd like to have this running passively, you know, while I'm working, sleeping, and that stuff. So the plan is we're going to do priorities with Ender IO, and hopefully that solves the problem. So we're going to do extract always. I'm going to put some I don't know what they're called, but the conduit, the facades. We're going to put some facades later. Input bus, thank you. We don't need you anymore. It's a lot of back and forth, but it's fine. So this does not need to be... Technically speaking, we can probably save a few basic pipes if we were just to do this. And then we're going to want input bus, that, point it down. So this is getting a very high priority, F filter, and we're going to want green algae in here. This is going to get macerated into compost. So as long as there's space in here to fill up this thing, it is going to fill it up, right? So run this. You're going to run. You're going to output in here. And that is good. I might just need priority on this. Priority might be good enough. This thing's full already. Put another space there. Yeah, so whenever this is getting stuff, it's outputting here, right? Always active, on green. Priority 10 here with a filter. I must be missing a cable. Oh. So this is gonna, yeah, get emptied out. we should see this number going up, and it should not go down. And whenever this is making enough algae for biomass, it's just gonna keep this thing filled up. Now, maybe this is gonna back up. Maybe this is gonna fill up, which is fine. But because of the priority, hey, Polly C Place, I hope I didn't butcher your name too much. But how are you doing? And yeah, hey, welcome on here. We're playing Greg Tech. We're playing the Greg. We're trying to figure out algae ponds right now. If you know anything about that or about Greg Tech. It's late, so I'm I'm trying to figure it out. So what I'm gonna do is I just want this thing running all the time. So we're gonna go get 2 upgrades. We're gonna get storage upgrade just because I want this thing to go up, and we should have voids. Yep, we have voids. So storage upgrade is just so that I can get like lots of all the biomass, because I'm not going to be processing or using all of them right away like that. And this is just to make sure it runs all the time. Everyone seems to struggle with the name. I just say it like Pole Leak. Oh, Poleek plays. I see. Well, I'm gonna try to remember that. I don't have good memory, but I'll try to remember that. Poleek plays. No, that's right. That's right. It's probably my French brain that is, trying to. I don't know. Maybe it's just because the word pole is in there. I don't know. But yeah, Poleek plays. Nice. So yeah, we're trying to work this out right now. And as long as the compost here is going up or staying at the same level, I'll call this a win. So we're gonna give it a second. And then we're probably gonna stop the stream soon, try to raid someone if we can. So yeah. Just see, this thing is definitely not going up, right? No, it is. So 20. So what I like to do to try to say or tell if this thing is going up or not is we see it's going up and down, that's fine. What texture pack are you using? I'm using UUTex. I'm trying it out. I'm asking everyone feedback if they have any. I know sometimes on stream it's not, it's not the best, because people that know GTNH, they're expecting some textures sometimes, and they're not. But the main reason that I'm doing this is because circuits just look so much more beautiful. This is the main reason. I'm trying it out because I prefer those boards, and I prefer those circuits to everything else. Vanilla or any other pack. I used to just play with Fateful, but now I use this. If people say this is way too much, like, different or changes, I might just take the circuits and the boards that I like and put them in, a custom pack, sort of. Just because I really prefer these to the vanilla ones. Yeah, so I was saying that if I see this going up above 20 and then stay above 20 for a while, we'll be fine, but it looks like it's not. It didn't hit 0, but it's really going up and down. Now I wish there was a priority system or something in LP, but it's just not how that works. The other way would be give a priority to this and then do this as a secondary, all with this. I think we could do that. Could definitely do that. actually. What do you do too, Uwe? You prefer these circuits or no? Is that what you're saying? Wish for priority? Yeah, that would be nice. So change of plans again. I'm gonna settle in a second because I have to finish this up. But here's my other idea now. Now that I'm like, wish we had priority in here. Do this, active supply, just the green algae. Am I crazy? Do we have an Enderman on us? No? Let's move on. So this thing's gonna get that. That's fine. You are going back to the way you were. It's getting late. Remove this. Right? Technically this one can stay like that. So we're gonna put it back the way it was, and we're gonna use Ender IO instead to fix that problem. Tractor. So now everything goes in here. No more priority or anything for that. And what we're gonna do is this. What we're gonna do is compost in here. So actually I lied. We don't want this. We're gonna want probably this or this. Thinking this. Let's just do this one. But this is not going to connect. This. And what we're going to do is input bus, filter, import, put a priority like 10 on it, insert. This is good for just insertion for now. We're gonna bring this up like here. We're gonna make sure we disconnect anything that's not important. So this, 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 this. And okay, so this thing, you want this to have priority, right, on this. So priority, and then this is also going to be filtered with that lesser priority, like that. So you get priority, you get priority, you just get everything, and you can export as well, because that's gonna work, right? So you're getting filled up, and whenever this is full, this is gonna get more. Right now, that's not the case. So we're always gonna use all of the green algae for this first, to make sure that we always are good on compost, and then any extra is going to get put in here. So thanks to priority, we can we can have things working properly. Now, there's probably a better way to set this up so that I don't have to go, you know, underneath with the cable, but that's just how I did the thing for now. Probably putting storage on top of the machines and just machines next to like here would be fine, but that's what we're getting for tonight. This is perfectly fine. So this is gonna get all the algae. This is gonna get the extras. That's gonna make sure that this is always filled up. And we're gonna get compost. Perfect. Now we're talking. You can go back on. You are back on. They're both getting compost. So if this doesn't keep up with, you know, with the compost, we're gonna have to figure this out, but for now, that's what it is. Any new compost or algae is gonna go here instead of here. And that's exactly what we want. So I think the algae ponds are actually not made to be set up the way I intended it or wanted it. So they're not made to be like producing stuff, putting it in storage, and then you can request stuff in it and whatnot. I think they're really made to be in series. So you want one that produces you the compost, and the other one uses the compost, produces you more stuff, and that's where you use it. But I think this is working. I think this is good. We're getting brown compost. We're getting this, and it's only producing methanol whenever we have some extras. Which I'm curious if this is ever gonna happen, but we'll see. Technically, we don't have to do this anymore, and we can just, I guess we could remove the, I'm gonna keep part of me would like to keep the downgrade just so that we don't overproduce the compost, because otherwise it's going to try and fill up the compost, and we don't want that. So I'm going to keep this. This is going to be 2 stacks of compost. This is what we need if this ever gets emptied out, but I don't think that's going to happen. So yeah. The other reason this could be running out, and well, this is never running, is because we're always using compost. So what I'm going to do is this guy here, we're going to tell it to not supply compost. Even going to take the extra and put it here. And okay, so that works. Thank you for the follow, Polik. Yeah, just Polik is fine, or just making sure. But yeah, thank you for the follow. Yeah. So we're good with that. So I think we don't want to use the compost on one of these. Mainly because, see, this is running out. It's going to stop. Any excess is going to make its way into here, because this is going to get filled up in the meantime. And I think this is what we want. So I'm pretty happy with that right now. In one way I could put these here. That's going to stop requesting it until these 40 or 40 something are used, right? Yeah, I think that's only something that was requested before. Maybe it's not, I don't know. So this should go up, and if we can see this thing getting filled up, and we can see the metanol starting, we're gonna be good to go. That's gonna be it. That's been a lot of fiddling, but I mean, we got so much done today. I'm gonna let this run for a second. We set up some more recipes for autocrafting, which is always nice. I'm gonna go empty out my inventory as well, because if it doesn't work, we're definitely not gonna continue on that. So yeah. So that was good. The fact that we can craft everything here now is very nice. So we're getting metanol, hopefully. So next, so on Thursday, for anyone that's new around here, our schedule is Monday and Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern time is when I'm streaming, and I usually end it after like 4 hours and a half or 5 hours ish. So Thursday, we're probably going to be working on biodiesel. We're going to need a couple of fluid extractor probably. We're going to need to set up a forestry farm to farm these coconut saplings and all of that stuff. So that's probably going to be for Thursday. I'll probably just prepare the machines and you know, we can do the setup together and work on some other stuff. This is how I usually do things. I had stuff prepared this morning. This backpack was like half full, right? The only thing we didn't put down is the chemical plant, but we would only be using it for methane. It's not even going to get used or anything. So these two places there are exactly for that. So I'm gonna hold on to that for now. I think it's getting pretty late. So this thing is full. This thing has been running, or it ran, and I'm gonna check it tomorrow. You know, after work or after lunch or something. And we're gonna make sure right here that this is growing. So as long as this is growing, I'm going to try and figure out how much metanol we're producing and see if we can do any upgrades, but we're going to want to be able to produce like 1,000 every 30 seconds for that recipe. So, or something like that, you know. There's some other recipes that we might just do whenever we have LCRs. Like probably something like these two recipes would be perfectly fine because this is just oxygen, carbon, and hydrogen. So we might resort to that, but to start us off on the biodiesel, I wanted to set up the algae pond, figure out how they work and all that. So yeah, so between here and Thursday, if you want to know what's happening, if we're doing any off-stream updates, it's usually in Discord, and now it looks like the bot is not working. Let me just check real quick. Send out the link. Is it because I misspelled it? But yeah, we just I'm gonna do it one more time. If not, I'm just sending the link myself. Yeah, okay, it just took a second for some reason. So anyway, sorry for the spam, but if you want to join the Discord, that's where I'm gonna do any off-stream updates and some teasers sometimes. Any schedule change is also going to be there. So yeah, we're gonna find someone to raid. I think I saw Xert online, so we might just raid Xert. Just make sure they're online playing. They are. So yeah, we're gonna raid Xert in a second right here. And thank you all for being here. Thank you for everyone that followed. And well, I'm gonna see you on Thursday for some more Gregging. Until then, you have a good one. And yeah, thank you all. So see you.